We'll call the order of the Board of County Commissioners for Douglas County, Nebraska, Tuesday, August 6, 2024. Please note that a copy of the Open Meetings Act is located on the north wall of the legislative chambers alongside an automatic external defibrillator. Please stand for the pledge. We'll jump into our Board of Equalization meeting. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Borgeson. Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Friend. Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Rogers. Mr. Chair.
Here. First item of business are items A and B, A being the approval of minutes of the Board of Equalization meeting held Tuesday, July 30th, 2024, and B, a call for a meeting and set Tuesday, August 13th, 2024 as date for hearing on certified assessment corrections reflecting the addition of omitted property to the tax rolls or increased value on property. Do I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Motion by Morgan, second by Rogers. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. We'll jump into our resolutions. I do think we have commentary on C and D, so we could probably take those individually. C is to set the 2024 real property valuations for real property protests that were reviewed by the Douglas County Board of Equalization and its referees. Any commentary, Catherine or anybody else on this item before we invite comments from others? If not, we'll open up discussion for item C on Board of Equalization. Yes, we'll take a motion and a second to approve. Motion by Rogers.
Second.
Second by Morgan. Now discussion. Larry?
Yeah. Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, 68132. I just went through all of my protests and everything and finally went on your website for today's list of all those properties that were dismissed, protests that were dismissed. It was quite a list. Took a long time to go through there to find all those comparables that are not really comparables to mine. Those comparables change every year for some reason. And when I went to look at the ones that were comparables, my property was not on theirs as a comparable, so I thought that was kind of strange too. But anyway, my valuations have jumped from 243 to 318, 316 something. You're driving me out of Omaha and a lot of other citizens. Now, I went down to the state and testified against you people on the property tax bills that you're also all of a sudden going to tell us you're going down there to fight it also, because you're crying about where you're, what they're going to do to you and taking your money away, or taking your protest money away, evaluation money, I mean. And basically I told them that what it looks like and feels like and smells like is conflicts of interest and probable corruption, because we cannot fight the real estate crowd here in Omaha. And it's not fair because that appraiser or referee that's supposedly a friendly referee is a real estate professional. He has a conflict of interest in helping keep the values up, so he's not very friendly with you. And the process of that also kind of stinks, because you come out 1st of January, and if the citizens don't run down here right now and list all of the information that they want to protest with and the values that they suggest, they're just out of luck, because if they happen to get busy with taxes and holidays and miss that date, they don't get a chance to have a conversation with that referee. He's not interested in talking to you when you come down in June or 1st of July. There is no, he just says, throw your information over there and let them scan it into the system. That's not very friendly, is it? So That's why I told the senators on the property tax bills that I was in favor of all of them. Anything they can do to shake you guys up is fine with us, because we cannot talk to you about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Go ahead, sir.
My name's Robert Bosgarden. 1980, I'm here to talk about my property taxes also. We had two huge increases in the last 2 years. In 1985, my wife and I bought 5 acres of unimproved land on 10807 North 96th Street. Less than 2 years later, we built a house and moved in. Since that time, we've had a number of protests because of excessive increases in our assessment. And each time, the referees were very reasonable. We went down there, we were able to talk to them. They gave us reasons, their side of the story, our side of the story, and we were able to get some kind of relief. But that ended at 2022. Our land alone, the 5 acres, was increased by 88% to $48,000 an acre. So we go through the process again, look on the assessor's website, get all the other acreages in the area, and we can see right away their average price per acre, their average evaluation per acre is only $20,000. And these properties we looked at had 600, 700-foot paved driveways. We have a gravel driveway. Their properties had city water. We have a well. Their properties were professionally landscaped, and we had to do it ourselves. You just go to the big box stores and buy trees, etc. So we go down and talk to the referee. This referee was not interested at all. He just kept telling us we don't understand the process. And he wouldn't explain why we were wrong, or he thought we were wrong, or anything like that, and we knew we had lost the protest. So we had to go to Turk. Well, Turk was a difficult thing too. You get 30 days to file your Turk claim, and then you don't hear a word. So we called them after a few months, and they weren't very friendly either. They acted like, well, of course you haven't heard from us yet. We're really busy here. We got a lot of protests to deal with. So finally, they give us a meeting. They sent us a letter. I can't remember the building we had to go to, but they had the room number there. We go there plenty early. There's nobody at the room. It's locked and it's dark. So we wait. A super comes by. He says, nope, there's not going to be anybody in this room. So luckily, he was able to find out where they were located, or we would have missed the meeting because they gave us the wrong information. Now, the referee at the Turk meeting was good. He asked lots of good questions to us and the assessor's office. But the assessor's office still would not tell us why we were raised so much compared to all these other people around us who had better properties. So now we're still waiting for Turk's decision. It's been over a year, and we're still waiting for that. In the meantime, 2023 comes, and they hit our house for 69% increase. Go through the same process, gather our comparables, and the comparables they list on the website, I mean, they're kind of, if that's what they're using, it's kind of worthless. And once again, we see our protest is denied. They say we can go to Turk. Well, it's been over a year, and Turk hasn't decided our first case, so I don't think that's going to do me much good. So what I want today, I just want to be treated the same as my neighbors are by the assessor's office, and I don't think we are being treated fairly. This year, we were increased 69% on our house. My neighbor wasn't touched, but pretty much the same house, 2 modest homes, 1,740 square feet. So I guess what I'm asking, I'd like you guys, if you could, I know you're busy, but if you could look into my 2 protests from 2022 and 2023 and see what you think. Am I out of line, or is the assessor's office out of line? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And could you repeat your address for us again?
10807 North 96th Street, 68122.
It would be on, Dan Esch, Douglas County Clerk, it'd be on page 100 of the attachment.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, sir.
Well, you know, I know you guys have my protest on file, all the information we've turned in, so, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Yes, I was just going to ask, are we going to consider these as they come up? I mean, you're asking for a board review of the decision. Is that correct? Did I understand you?
Yeah, I don't expect it to be done right immediately because I didn't, you'd have to look through all the evidence we've turned in, I assume. and see if you agree with us. I mean, the two protests that we filed, the 2022 and 2023.
Oh, I see, you're asking us to go back years.
Well, the Turk is looking, still hasn't decided on 2022,
Right,
and that's been over a year. And now I'd like you to look at our protest that we turned in from 2023 that was denied. I didn't bring all the papers, you know, so it's a little lengthy, people, you know, it's a lot of papers, it's kind of difficult to do orally. You'd have to have it to look at.
yeah, I understand. These that are on the agenda today are for 2024. Just to be clear, what we're considering today is what you got for your 2024 valuation. Am I right there? Yeah.
Well, maybe I'm mixed up then, I don't know, but I'm okay.
Well, I understand you're going back and giving us an explanation of your process in previous years, but that's not what's on the agenda today. I just want to
All right.
get a clearer understanding of what you want that's on the agenda today that's before us.
So I guess what I would like is if you get around to it, just board could look into that, my 2 years I mentioned, 22 and 23, and see if those assessments are fair and why I'm not treated the same as my neighbors.
All right. So did you protest in 2024, this year?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
All right.
And that's what's on page 100?
But it's
Correct.
Okay.
So basically, the recommendation is to keep the total value at $534,700 on the property at 10807 North 96th Street.
Okay. Do you understand what we're talking about
Yeah,
here?
I'm just
Okay.
a little mixed up with the years, I guess, since it's you pay
Right.
in arrears, yeah. All right.
But as to this valuation, the 2024 valuation that Mr. Esch just referenced, that's $534,700.
Correct.
Do you have something to say to us about that?
Just that, like I mentioned, those 2 years in a row, we raised 88% and then 69%, and
These two previous years that you're talking about?
well, I guess I'm a little mixed up here. Is the property tax that I owe for this year is what that I have to pay this year is what I'm concerned about, and what I paid last year. What I owe for the property tax, I mean, I made the payment, yeah, but what's coming up,
Okay.
I guess I'm not clear on that, but
Right. I'm just trying to be clear on what you're asking for us to consider today, which is the 500, what we can consider, I believe, is a $534,700 valuation.
all right.
And
I
just
guess that's correct.
If I can, Commissioner Kavanaugh, can we get clarification on what the increase was? Because I think page 100 tells us the recommendation and then what the referee recommends, which is to go with the original recommendation and dismiss the protests. But I don't think this page tells us what the increase actually was this year.
I'm going to pull that up right now.
Okay. So we're going to look at your property and see how much the increase actually was in a second here. But to keep the conversation going, I'm going to go to Commissioner Friend and then Commissioner Borgeson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's my understanding, I actually know just a little bit about this. Dan may find it was over $100,000 in 2024, but I could be incorrect on that.
If you want,
That's
Commissioner.
all
So from years 2020 to 2022, each year it was at $301,300, or at least at the end of the year. He may have protested some of those years and got them adjusted down. And then 2023, it went to $413,600. And then 2024, $534,700. So basically from 2022, it's increased by roughly $233,000.
So you see where we're going with this. Now we have a picture of where you've gone since that 2022 $300,000 base to the 2024 $534,000 base. I guess, just to simplify things, if we could, what do you think this should be valued at?
I could have to go back and look at our thing.
Mr. Boscott, if I
Did you
may,
see it
you
there?
did request, this year, you requested the value be at $275,300.
And those were based on the comparables that you mentioned relative to the water, the driveway, the landscaping, and the other factors.
No, that was for the 2022 one, where they just looked at the land. That was when they just raised our land, and our land didn't even compare to these other ones, and they were valued way less.
Okay. Did you build something on
I
this
think we were
property?
still on Commissioner Friend's time, sorry,
Oh,
Commissioner
sorry.
Kavanaugh, yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll let him
That's all
finish.
Now I'm, so, not to put words in Mr. Boscarden's mouth, I think one of the discussions that I've had, not just with this gentleman, but with other folks, is that for this particular situation, in that 1 year, we're talking about over $100,000 increase for the valuation. Went up over $100,000. We just referred to that. Second thing is, my understanding, that protest was to reduce it by at least half, if I remember right. The ask was?
Correct.
Okay, so Mr. Boscarden did make a pretty relevant point, and I'll finish it with this. It's difficult, not impossible, but it's difficult the way we've got things set up to actually go through all these dismissals unless somebody did reach out to one of us and said, I got hit with X, I want Y. Well, I haven't been through any of this data. He's right. I haven't been through any of this data. So it's tough for me to say he was correct on the proposal that he's making. And if history teaches us anything, and I've been doing it, I did it 2 years. Commissioner Morgan and I caused problems, I guess, in this regard, is that we grab a number and we lower it. Well, without what? Talking to the coordinator and without talking to the referees and everything else? My point is here, this is fraught with peril. Robert took time this morning to come down. How many people didn't take time to come down and actually go into the details of what not just was happening over the last couple of years, but what actually happened this year? So I would love to reduce it by 50%. The problem is I just don't have a whole lot of information in front of me to do that. I'm not saying the process is broken. I'm saying it's a little bit dysfunctional. And I think we need to get our hands wrapped around it. And one of the reasons I think Robert is here, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, is to say, yeah, here's how this process worked. And we have a slight concern about the way this process is being, as the way this process is transpiring.
Next time.
So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go to Commissioner Borgeson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Commissioner Friend kind of sounded like I have the last couple of years, that I think it is a broken system. And your point to the T in terms of equalization, there's an equalization clause in the law, but you've just pointed out how unequal you are from your neighbors or the comparables that they used. So I've always had an issue with the equalization clause. But I think what makes this even more confusing is you said you still have 2 years down in Turk, right? 22 and 23.
We protested the 22 one, and we had our meeting with Turk about, it's sometime it's at the end of winter. There's snow. We couldn't even use the parking meters because there's so much snow around. And so that's when we had our meeting with them. And the thing that bothers me too is the assessor's office has their guy show up too. He doesn't try to refute us, doesn't offer any explanations to us or to the Turk representative. And I thought, what's going on here? Why can't you tell us if we're wrong? Tell us why we're wrong. Don't
Right.
just say you don't understand the system.
Right. Well,
And-
and So having those cases in Turk still,
Yes,
and
it's
now
still
we're
in it.
here.
One
and-
case in Turk, just the
one
22
case.
one, yeah.
Okay, one case. Well, I know that.
We haven't
there's
applied to
people
Turk
who
yet.
have multiple cases, multiple years, which makes it confusing, because now you're here protesting the 24 value, which if you don't get relief, I would venture to say you're going to file with Turk as well. But the delay.
I don't know if I will. After this experience, I don't know if it's worth it or not. I've
Well,
just been waiting and waiting and waiting.
I completely
don't treat you very well.
understand, but if you don't do it, then you've given up part of your process that you have the decision to make on. I can't make that for you, but I just think it makes it even that much more confusing when citizens have protests that are sitting down at Turk, no matter if it's 1 or 5, and then now they're here again because you don't know what they're going to rule on those, but yet you still have to pay your taxes
Right.
on this. So I too think this, again, the system in terms of we've delegated to a referee system who does have, the referees are real estate professionals versus any of us. And so they sit in judgment of the cases for us. And then we have the information, and some folks have called and said, what about this or what about that? But to sit here today, I think it's hard because, again, we haven't seen anything. My advice to you would be to go on to Turk just because you have it filed and see what happens. But it is a broken system, and we've tried over the years to come up with suggested changes. And hopefully one of the years, some of those ideas will stick. So, but thank you for being here. I really appreciate it.
Commissioner Morgan?
Robert, thank you for coming down. I know that our current assessor, Walt Peffer, and Mr. Goodwillie can correct me, but I know that he's met with citizens. Did you try to meet with the assessor's office before meeting with the referee when you saw that you had about a 28% increase again this year, to talk to him about your well and some of the other situations of comps?
No, we just filed our protests, and in past years, I don't know how many years ago, we did go down there and complain to the assessor, and he wouldn't. He says, "Well, you've probably got all kinds of upgrades in your home, don't you?" And I said, "No, we don't have. You don't have granite countertops?" I said, "No, we have linoleum, not linoleum, but Formica." And he was just assuming stuff, and he wasn't any help either. So that's why we went and did our protest years ago. But the referees, like I said, in the years past, they've always been very reasonable and worked with you. But the last 2 years, I don't know who hires these guys. Maybe it's a conspiracy theory, but maybe they just rehired guys back that agree with the assessor's office from previous years, because these last 2 years, they just didn't want to even talk about it to us.
And I'll say something that some of my colleagues here who I greatly respect may not agree with, and I may be out of touch, but in years past, and I happened to be on the county board back in the 70s, what we used to do before we had the referees, and I respect them and their expertise, we would meet with the citizens for that month or so, and we'd each take 2 or 3 days. Commissioner Kavanaugh's father would sit some days from 9 to 3, and I'd sit there on the 3rd floor, the old courthouse, with the assessor next to us and listen to the citizens. I wish we did it that way now. In other words, I'm willing to, and I still work full-time. But if I had the chance to sit there 3 days with the assessor next to me, to do that, I'd probably be doing it. But what I'd suggest to you, and I'm certain he would meet with you, with one of his people, the current assessor, Walt Peffer, that you meet with him even before Turk, because I know Turk takes a few years, and if you called and made an appointment, at least they could look at it. They may not be able to make a change now because it's going to be too late, but for the future, I think that's what you should do, and I know that other citizens have met with Mr. Pepper and people from his staff. And I've done that with a few citizens that asked me to go with them, and I did go, just as a courtesy. So I know they're available, and they try to do and explain why they have this value and show you the comps. And that's really a strong suggestion I'd make. And you can call me if you say there's no way to get an appointment. I know they're giving appointments for next year, that you could at least talk to them instead of waiting around for Turk, because Turk does take that couple years to get in front of them.
I'll try.
I don't know if one of our referees or coordinators here and wants to say something toward this, but I appreciate you coming down and making us aware.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. I agree with my colleague, Commissioner Morgan, on the way that it was done was much better than the way that it is done now. And I'd go along with setting it back to that way, regardless of how much time it took us. This is definitely broken. And to put this on the agenda and say, we're going to set the rate for all of these properties based on how many minutes we spend on this today, and we've already spent a fair number of minutes on yours, is a charade. That's not giving any consideration to these protests from our point of view. And you've taken time, and I know other property owners have taken time to come down here. I'm more than willing, if we would establish that process, to sit down with you individually and the assessor, as we did historically for centuries, or at least a century, as long as Board of Equalization sat, and give you a real hearing. You're not going to get that today. What I am trying to do is, because you've taken the time, is give you as much consideration as we can on your requests. And that's why I was asking you specific numbers. As I see this, the assessment was $534,700 for this year, and you were asking for an assessment of $275,300 for this year. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay. Then you had your protest, and you put that to the referee, and they came to us with a recommendation of $534,700. Okay. We employ these people. They're real estate experts. We're not, well, with the exception of my colleague, Commissioner Morgan, who's in real estate. So we rely on them. We have representatives of the Assessor Register of Deeds, and I believe we have representatives of the referees here today. What I've tried to do in the last couple of years is have some semblance of a rational system for this hearing that you're having right now. And that includes, what do you want? And then ask our referees, what did you base your decision on? Because we haven't heard from them. We, the commissioners, the Board of Equalization, haven't heard from them. We have these documents. So I'm going to take that time now to ask our referee, if they could, speak to this, if they can, and give us some idea of why they think $534,700 is an accurate assessment. We've heard from you why you think it's not, and give you some type of a substantive hearing here today. So could we have the referee, if possible, address this? And I don't know if they're even able to do that, but at least we'll try.
Chris Craddock, please don't show the screen, the computer screen right now. The Dan Ash Douglas County Clerk, I'm gonna log into our Salesforce system so Mr. Musto can see the comments that were made by the referees who reviewed the protest. Sorry, give me 30 seconds here.
All right. When the dialogue starts back up, Commissioner Kavanaugh, you were at time, but I'll go into my round and let him answer your question.
Thank you.
And then I'm gonna get the assessor's website pulled up on the other window real quick, because that has the 5-year look back. Must have spelled it wrong. All right. There you go.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chris Musto, Coordinator, 1011 South 78th Street. I want to make sure, and I know that you're very much aware of the process, but for the public as well, the referees are hired by the board as I am as a coordinator, but the coordinators review what the referees have done, usually looking for any critical errors, but we don't have the specific referees that would have worked on anything that could be any one of 24 people. So, however, let's get back to where we want to be here. And so I'm gonna bring up this protest here. And if you would just give me just a couple minutes to review it. Okay. Let me get back to. All right. Where would you like me to start?
The question was any rationale or basis for the increase from what I believe was around 413 last year to 534 this year. So just rationale basis.
Okay. So I see that it appears that this protest was probably filed online, and the property owner has some information here. If I could just quickly go through it. The 69% increase in assessed building value is exorbitant. Our home has only depreciated with age with no structural changes. 8-foot room heights, 1 bathtub, standard original counters, the only one listed in the recent sales of subdivision in the Beacon Douglas County report comparable to ours has an assessed building square footage value of $100.82 per square foot. We have but two neighbors, one's home value is unchanged this year, the other lowered. There's no high-speed internet in our area, no city water or sewer. Our septic and well are the original from 1987. The drive is 500 feet rock gravel. The assessed land value of $47,375 per acre is incomparable with the average $20,716 per acre of rural residentials, less than 20 acres within 2 miles of our home, so the property taxes are inappropriately high. Now let me just see. And yes, going back historically, I don't know how long the value had been set at 301, but listening to the protester, that's possibly from 2019 to 2020 when he indicated that he appealed it. It went to 301 and it stayed there for 2021 and 2022 and then was raised in 2023 and then again in 2024. All of the changes, or the changes that I'm showing here until this year, were related to the land. So back to what I do appear that the property owner provided their next door neighbor's property, looks like a off the assessor website. And going back to the comments made by the referee, and I can go back to this one, but I think I should go ahead and read these in. Information presented by the property owner and the assessor's office was reviewed. After reviewing land values in the area, it was found that the property under protest has a land value which is similar to the adjoining properties. The property owner has provided no actual sales or comparable assessments. The assessor included a list of sales. Based on the lack of evidence, I recommend no change in value. So I wanted to go back to this. This gets a little bit to, you know, it would be the property owner. I don't dispute anything that they're saying with regards to the condition or what's in the property, but the referees have always felt it's always extremely helpful if a few photographs were taken to show that this isn't updated kitchens, baths, has some older interiors. I know we've seen that on a number of protests, and I know some of those were considered in the analysis. I do think that we've got a couple things going on here. Is a property sells as a property, as one unit. And when we start deconstructing it into the land value and the property or the value of the building, it becomes a little bit complex, because generally people do not look at a property, say, well, I'm going to buy that and I'll pay you X amount per square foot for the building, and I'll pay you X amount for the land. They come up to you and they give you a property value. I don't disagree with the comments made by the property owner. There's no reason for. There's just not any additional evidence I think that the referee would have had to work with. And if I'm not mistaken, we are regulated by the state law that we are supposed to accept the assessor information as, you know, correct unless we can find something in there. Now, the assessor does provide additional information of record file, and I looked at these, and they did put in this one their notes for 2024. Turk 2023 heard today, 1/19/24, with Commissioner owners were not concerned about the house but land value. The land has attributes on view with comparables that don't have attributes or the same amount not applied. I went over the rural res on values per, it says sit, but I'm sure they meant site, and acre, ML1. I assume that relates to somebody in the assessor's office. So and I kind of implore to Commissioner Morgan, as a real estate professional, when we're looking at valuation and comparables, although sometimes you're subject to one, very often there are others out there, and you try to look at a small sampling to help you understand what the value may be.
Thank you for that context. It's important that we heard that. Commissioner Morgan is actually next on my list, so I'm going to go to him so we can get some more rounds in and keep the conversation going.
Would you like me to stay here?
You might be asked again, so
Close.
you might want to stay close. Commissioner Morgan?
Excuse me, could you just look at the comparable that's on that same website, not there, but one's on the website that they listed for our home as a comparable? There's only one, and it was listed for that house.
I'll let him look it up while Commissioner Morgan starts his round.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to say, because I met with some referees with citizens from all of our different districts, just to help. And I think they do a very good job and a professional job in a short amount of time with the information that's provided them. I want to also thank Commissioner Kavanaugh very much for his comment, and I mean that as earnestly as I can possibly say it. And I'm, going to do some further work in that area that you suggested. And I want you to know that we spend approximately $500,000 doing it this way, where we'd save that if we were doing it ourselves and giving up that time just for that period of a month. And I see that, as I said earlier, Mr. Goodwillie, the assessor is here. I think they would support that idea to have one of their assessors there. And I support the idea of us not working in our own district, because we are elected by district. In the old days when we did it and sat there, we just handled whoever was there. There'd be 3 or 4 of us there on a certain day, and you might work Tuesday, Thursday, next week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and we covered all those times. But we could do it where we don't do our own district, so there wouldn't be that kind of a conflict possibly. And I'm not saying there would be, but also having the assessor there, I wouldn't do it without them. And maybe the assessor's office may want to respond to that, but it would save the county taxpayers $500,000, which maybe isn't a lot of money, but it is to me when you have a budget of over $500 million. But it's still something, and I think we could do that kind of job. And that's with respect to the referee, the way we do it now. But we would have an expertise there with the assessor's office showing us comps and so on. So it could be something that I'll start talking to other colleagues, but at least I appreciate your comments again, Commissioner Kavanaugh, very, very much. So with that, I don't think I have anything else except to say that one of the things we're seeing in the market is less listings. They are increasing some, but it's a supply and demand thing. And I know when the state real estate commission audits us, they had told me about a year ago, there were only 3 homes listed in Fremont, Nebraska. So if you were trying to move to Fremont, you had 3 homes for sale. And Joe Dell with the real estate commission, state of Nebraska, was the one that told me that. There were only 3 listings in the whole place, which definitely affects the value that you can get for your home in that kind of a market. So supply and demand is a big ingredient right now. And I can give you a home on 143rd and Benny that I happen to be involved helping a young person. And it was listed by Nico Marasco on Benny Street, 143rd, just south of Maple, at 166,000. They had 19 offers. I was one of the offers for this gentleman, and we offered 182, no inspection, as is, 15-day close, pre-approved. It sold for over $220,000. It was a bidding situation. And that was amazing to me because I saw the house and it had
That's
not
time.
been upgraded. So that's our market, and it's tough.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll go to Commissioner Borgerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have sat through the Board of Equalization when the commissioners heard the protest as well. And the law actually was changed to say that the full board has to sit because they would not allow us to split into 1 and 2 commissioners, which had to happen because we had so many protests, which we still have a lot of protests that physically would most likely not allow us to do that. But what I think we need to focus on, and I said this, I think, last meeting or the meeting before, and that is those preliminary hearings. Because if you talk to Lancaster County, those preliminary hearings cut down their Board of Equalization dramatically. And so I think it would behoove us to have a conversation about how they're doing it different. Because I still have citizens that say they don't even know about it, which I don't know how they don't when they get the notice, but that's happened. And so we need to try to figure out a way for us to use that system, which again cost us about $600,000 to implement. But they're the experts in the assessor's office, and they're the ones who should be, again, working with the citizens early on. So not a perfect system, I get it, and we have tried over the years to tweak it and make it better, and we just haven't hit that sweet spot yet. So we'll keep working. But again, I think it's just, it's harder on the citizens than it is on us, and we need to come up with a much fairer system for you all. So, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to a third round for Commissioner Kavanaugh. It's a 2-minute round.
Thank you. I'm trying to bring some rationality to this particular case that's before us today. I don't know if Mr. Goodwillie from the assessor's office could give us any information regarding how we got to this valuation, but that's the only thing in front of us right now. I mean, I agree with the sentiments expressed by some of my colleagues that we should change the system. This is a case before us right now in real time. Mr. Goodwillie, do you have anything on this particular property?
On this short notice, I don't know that I do, but where were the notes from the RealWare file?
Oh,
Or the property record file? Where were the notes?
this is here. These are the sales that they.
Yeah, but I want to see the notes.
Go back up.
Okay. All right.
Here, those aren't the notes.
No,
Let me get
that's
to
the
them.
summary.
There you go. There you go.
Okay. Well, I would suggest a couple of things. First, I would second what Commissioner Borgeson said to Mr. Busgarden about filing an appeal. Because if you file an appeal, regardless of what the board
We
does.
understand the process. We're talking a specific property here, and we're on a clock.
Okay. The thing that I can see here is, since Mr. Busgarden, is it Busgarden? Busgarden, all right. Since Mr. Busgarden's complaint, early on at least, was the land value, it does appear to be that there is some sort of a lake attribute. I don't know if it's view or adjoining the lake or what it is.
That's time. Real quick, we're going to conclude Commissioner Kavanaugh's time. We'll go into a second round for me, and I'll let you finish your statement. Mr.
Sure.
Goodwillie.
But I suspect if there's extra value there because of its proximity or view of the lake, and the comparables offered do not have that same proximity or view of the lake, that might explain some of the difference for the land value. I'm not necessarily seeing anything from the notes that helps me with the improvement value. I would make the observation that in the Douglas County market in 2024, it would be a rare property whose value was less than it was in 2020, which is Mr. Bosgarden's ask. What I was trying to get to about filing an appeal is that keeps the case alive, and it would provide the opportunity for our staff to sit down with Mr. Bosgarden and see if there's some grounds to settle the matter. But on short notice, those are the observations I would have.
Thank you, Mr. Goodwillie. Again, to conclude my round, I just want to share with you, Mr. Bosgarden, I did attend the tax reform session they had in Omaha a couple weeks ago on a Sunday at UNO Alumni Center. And one of the things I shared with the state senators, there was about 10 of them there that day, is the issue with Turk, and that the fact that we have citizens come here and tell us their story, that Turk is taking 1 year, 2 years to even get a hearing or even hear back, which I don't think any of us think that's a good thing. That's a bad thing. These cases should definitely be expedited. Ideally, you'd hear from them within 2 to 3 months and maybe have an actual hearing, within 3 to 6 months. That would be nice instead of 1 to 2 years. And so one of my suggestions to the state senators was to appropriate more funding and more staff to Turk to expedite these cases, because it's just not fair nor procedurally expedient, functional for government to allow an entity like Turk to take 1 to 2 years for you to even hear any kind of resolution. And so I think we can definitely agree on our end that that's not okay. And I have shared those sentiments with the state senators, hoping that they would take some kind of action to expedite those cases. So we feel for you there on that issue and that side of things with Turk. With that, I will conclude my round. We do have a main motion and a second on the table for Resolution C. We will go to a third round for Commissioner Morgan, a 2-minute round.
I'd like to just mention one more time, and I know it was introduced, Mike Boyle and I talked about it some years ago, and I know that we had a bill introduced by Senator McDonald that the assessor supported also, Walt Pepper. And I know there's another bill introduced right now by McDonald again, to have a 5% cap on what a property can go up, residential only, annually. However, if I buy your home for $600,000 and it's currently assessed at $450,000, it can go to $600,000 because that was the market. But from then on, it's a 5% maximum. That takes a constitutional amendment. But when you're seeing increases of, as you had, approximately 30 to some percent,
88 and 60%.
You'd like to see if we could do something like that, because I think it is harmful, and I'm appreciative that the assessor's office supports that idea, and I hope that can get some traction. And I just want to mention that would be one solution, because I don't know, with 100 bills going and the governor working at it, I'm not sure what's going to come out of there and what kind of bill is going to end up being proposed with the 33 votes. So that's it, and thank you for my time.
Thank you, Commissioner Morgan. Any other comments on this matter or other citizens that had a property they wanted to highlight today?
I'd just like to thank you for, I didn't expect to get so much time. I really appreciate it. And just wanted to tell you thank you. And maybe this isn't a solution either, but to me, get rid of the property tax, get rid of the assessor's office, go with a truly graduated income tax based on your adjusted gross income, no deductions, and replace it with that. We have all the data for decades and decades. They can figure out what that bring in and use that to adjust the rate for your adjusted gross income.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
I just have a point of information.
Yeah.
Are we going to vote on these as they come before us?
No, the resolution is for the full package of what the referees have sent us. However, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, we can make suggestions for changes to any one of these line item properties if we want to recommend a change at this stage with the Board of Equalization. Is that correct, Catherine or Mr. Clerk?
Dan Ash, Douglas County Clerk, yeah, that's happened in years before, so.
Okay, so we're gonna vote on the 100-some pages in toto on a single vote, not on any of the particular protests,
Well,
as we've just heard.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yeah.
just in previous years, if someone wanted to make an amendment to any of the recommendations, what's happened is we voted on the amendment individually, and if that passed, then it just gets added to the total package at the end. We take a final vote over everything.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Sir?
Hi, my name is Chad Adams. I rent at 312 South 16th Street in Omaha, Nebraska. I am here today to talk about the application of equalized valuations. I listened to Commissioner Garcia at UNL a few weeks ago, Commissioner Kavanaugh last week at the Board of Equalization meeting, and Mr. Peffer in Bennington stated it isn't a Douglas County issue, but it's a state law issue, and Douglas County is following the law. But I ask, is it? I went through the assessment dispute process and asked the assessor's office, the county clerk, and the Board of Equalization referees when and how our state laws and statutes applied to the process. No one could answer that question. The groups have general answers that stated formulas are used to calculate assessed values. The formulas Douglas County Assessor's Office uses is seriously flawed and in violation of state law. I am here to shed light on the understanding of the Douglas County elected officials, as well as to inform the residential property taxpayers of the one-sided valuations based on Nebraska's revised statute 7712, which basically states in simplest terms, actual value for purposes of taxation means what a property sold or would sell for in the open market. Let's start with 1818 Leavenworth, assessed for only $470,000 this year, but the owner protested to only $268,000 and was brazen enough to put on his protest form that the request was for tax valuation purposes only. Currently, his property is listed for $2.4 million, a $2 million difference from his valuation. How is the assessed valuation for tax so low, but the owner perceived value so high? I'm aware an asking price is not a sell price, but the gap between the two values is Grand Canyon size and an example of corporate welfare perpetuated by the county assessor's office. Allowing commercial owners to hang on to prime real estate for years at a low valuation that shifts the tax burden to residential taxpayers. Let's move on to 110th and Blondo Street, another one of the protests you have in front of you on your list today, and your referee is asking you to dismiss. 110th and Blondo sold for $1.3 million in 2020. Mr. Peffer's office has never assessed it for more than $460,000 since 2020. All the while, the owner has it on the market again for $1.4 million. Now, wouldn't all the residential property taxpayers love to have their homes undervalued by 65% of their purchase price and then be able to sell it for full value? Someone in the assessor's office is asleep at the wheel. Case law says actual market value of property in question to be the same as the purchase price for valuation purposes. Some other quick additional examples that are on your list today: a 2022 purchase, $1.4 million, valuation only $270,000. 2023, $1.8 million purchase price, $900,000 valuation. 2023, another $1.1 million purchase price, only $450,000 valuation. All recommended by your referees to be dismissed. Now let's take a look at the future and commercial protests to come. A property sold in 2022 for $8.6 million. Tax valuation in 23 and 24, $2.4 million. Again, underassessed by 75% of their recent purchase price. This is nothing less than corporate charity, which further hurts taxpayers, as once TIF funding is applied, then the base property valuation is artificially low for the next 15 to 20 years. Again, case law states evidence of sale price should receive the strongest consideration when determining the property is valued correctly for tax purposes. The taxpayers would love to hear the reasoning the valuation for tax purposes is so low on an $8.6 million property. And finally, the taxpayers truly deserve an answer to this. Omaha taxpayers shelled out $38 million in TIF funding to East Campus Realty with the promise of increased property valuations would bring the taxpayers relief at the end of the TIF period.
That's time, sir.
After, one last paragraph. Let me,
5 seconds, sir.
all right. After the TIF ended in 2022, Mr. Peffer's office valued 3 parking garages at $17.9 million and then $26.5. They're being bought, as you know, for $52 million, double the assessed value. Housing County Assessors offers $26 million or over 50% off the valuation of these properties.
Thank you. That's time. Appreciate it. Thank you for coming today. Many of us are technically at 3 rounds already for the one resolution. Just have to.
Sir,
Chad Adams.
I'm sorry.
Chad Adams.
Thank you.
And can you repeat your address for us, sir?
312 South 16th. I rent there. 312 South 16th. Yep.
Did you say 50th or
South 16, right?
South 15th?
16.
60.
Thank you for
Yep.
your testimony here.
Sure.
Thanks, sir. Any other comments on this resolution? Larry, you already spoke. Larry. You already spoke, Larry.
I have 2 forms of protest that I'd like to finish since you gave other people a lot of time.
I gave him like 5 seconds, Larry. So that doesn't give you another round. I'm sorry.
I protest this proceeding
Larry, I'm
today
sorry.
as being,
I'm not even giving my fellow commissioners extra rounds right now, so I have to follow
you
protocol.
threw out the rule book and
Uh,
changed the whole rule
All
of
right,
your
Larry.
order
Thank you, sir.
of processes
Appreciate
here.
ya. Thank
This
you.
was not a protest
Thanks,
meeting.
Larry.
This was
you, sir.
an item on the
Appreciate ya.
agenda,
Thank you,
but you
sir.
allowed a protest
Thank you, Larry.
hearing. Even Mr. Kavanaugh had to ask you,
Thank
are we
you,
going
Larry.
to do a line item veto on these today?
Larry, please.
You are out of order.
Amendments are welcome. That was clarified. All right. Any other comments on Resolution C under equalization? Otherwise, we do have a main motion and a second on the table. We'll go to that vote.
Mr. Chairman, I abstain for the reasons that we've talked about here this morning. This isn't a real process. And, you know, we don't give people hearing and an ability to make a case that we then decide on. I hope, and we've talked about this, but by this time next year, that we actually do something as a board to make this a real process. So people like Mr. Bosgarden who come down here get a real hearing with a real decision. And everybody deserves that. We have notice, we have kind of a hearing, but it's not really a hearing. And then you get no decision because it's a blanket resolution. This is not a real process. This is a charade. And we should give people, you know, what they ask for, at least in terms of their day in front of the Board of Equalization. We can't do this, and no one can say that we're doing anything when we blanket approve 100+ pages with no hearings on any particular property. No reflection on anybody in the system. I think the BOE referees do a competent job. I think
Commissioner Kavanaugh, your abstention is acknowledged.
assessors, I'm just trying to lay the record out there.
Motion passes. Commissioner Kavanaugh abstains. Other commissioners voting yes.
Thank you so much. All right, we are going to go to item D under resolutions, approving recommendations of value for real properties where the owner has filed a report of destroyed real property. And Mr. Cook, can you remind us on these?
Sure. Dan Esch, Douglas County Clerk. There's at least one individual here, there might be more, but one individual wants to speak to their recommendation. So This is the third round of, it's not all, but majority of the properties before you on this list would be folks who had property that were in the path of the tornado in April. But there would be some that, just a fire somewhere, and some includes flooding along the Missouri River or, Platte or Elkhorn, if some of that happened too before July 1st. So in the attachment in front of you, it's numbered pages 1 through 6. It's those who are, the first section is those whose improvement value has been reduced to 0. Pages 3 through 5 would be those who got some reduction, but there's still some value on the land. And then the last page, page number 6 is the properties who are receiving a recommendation of no change in value. And in majority of the cases, if not all of them, I think it was just the damage did not go beyond 20%. And then real quick, there is the very last page, there is an amendment that I just want to be included in the main motion. I didn't bring my attachment with me, but it's on page 3. Basically, I think it's 106,500 is being recommended, and the assessor's office wants it to be 102,500. So anyway, this just for that property on the very last page of the attachment. If someone could just include that, just as amended when we make the main motion. And then if, Mr. Chair, if I may, a couple other things. Just want to thank the assessor's office. They did a lot of work on these. I always want to tip my hat to them because off in the real property valuation process as well as this one, they really don't need to do anything. The statutes are all put it on the Board of Equalization's lap to take care of, and they always, in years where we don't have very many Form 425s, they usually sit it out. But in a year like this, a year like 2019, where there are a bunch of floods, and 2020 we had a lot filed, they always step in and assist us, and I just want to thank them for that. I want to thank Leah Baez, Catherine Hall, yourselves for helping us try to spread the word to people in impacted areas. Unfortunately, I don't think we caught everybody, but we wasn't for lack of trying. Speaking of great lengths, Ron Murtaugh himself canvassed the area, trying to catch people cleaning up to make sure they knew about this. So anyway, that's all I had. And like I said, I know there's at least one individual here who wanted to address their evaluation. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. If there's any citizens that are here for Resolution D, if you want to make your way up, first we're going to go to Commissioner Morgan, and then we'll let you speak.
Real quick, I want to thank Dan Ish. I don't know that we thank him enough for supplying us constant information. His office, his staff do excellent work, and we thank you. And I'm positive I'm speaking for all of the commissioners on that. Thanks, Dan.
Sir.
Hi, my name is Corden Keel, and the address in question that was damaged by the tornado is 11829 North 173rd Circle out at Bennington Lake. Currently, you have my improvement valuation recommended to be reduced to 0, which is accurate. I've got estimates over $900,000 to repair my house, and it's valued nowhere near that. But there is recommended no change to the property value. And every one of my neighbors who's on this list or the previous list of going through this process, every one of them got a reduction of $25,000 on the property value.
Mr. Keel, just real quick, Commissioners, it's on page 2 of the attachment, about 4 or 5 down. So thank you for letting me interrupt you.
But that doesn't coincide with what I'm looking at, so I want to make sure we're looking at the same thing.
Well, it's...
Can I look at your...
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, mine's way down. Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I'm confused. Okay,
Mr. Clerk, the one you're referring to, I see the name Kirk Hutton, which I don't think is the name you mentioned,
No.
Mr. Keel.
Corden and Cheryl Keel.
Okay, it's the one below that. Okay, got it.
So anyhow, I guess as the Board of Equalization, I request we get treated equally and get a reduction in our property. We had damage to our seawall, which is gonna be close to $20,000 to repair. All our retaining walls have to be rebuilt. That's gonna be another 20,000 plus to repair. So I guess I'm just asking to be treated equal and get the $25,000 reduction on the property value. Any questions?
Commissioner Borgeson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And two things. So your current value was $809,100, and they're recommending it go down to $113,700
Correct,
from the damage.
correct.
That was, and you're saying,
They didn't reduce the property value at all. Every other property out in my subdivision got a $25,000 reduction to the property value also.
because the one above it, which is off a little bit from you, it shows exactly the same as you, so you're
Okay,
talking
it's-
strictly right on your
Well, this
south
is a
100.
totally different list than what I had to go
Oh.
off of, so.
Oh, okay.
I know Kirk
Okay.
Hutton, he's Dr. Hutton, he lives in the point behind me. His is, yeah, he's the only one. I can read off the other previous list, all my neighbors who got $25,000 reduction if you
That
like.
had the 20, okay, all right, thank you. And my other question was, Dan, when you were speaking, you kind of rattled off an address that you wanted corrected, or amount you wanted corrected. Can you repeat that?
No problem. It was, the address is 3902 Ramblewood Drive. The recommendation originally submitted was for a new total value of $106,500, and the revised recommended total value is $102,500, so just a $4,000 reduction.
Okay, all right, thank you, Maureen.
Was there anything else, Commissioner Borgeson?
Oh, sorry, no. I'm
Okay,
good.
you're good, okay. Could I get such a motion with that change that Mr. Clerk just mentioned? Motion by Rogers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Morgan. All right, as far as, I'll take a quick round, just to delve into the property being highlighted at the moment. Let me go back to it real quick. As far as Mr. Keel and your property, could I get some context from anybody who can provide context on reduction of land value? I heard a little bit that, the reductions in property value are somewhat based on how much repair and cost there's going to be to bring the property back to restoration for properties that were damaged, as far as the actual home itself. As far as land goes, what are reductions based on for these scenarios? Just damage to land as well, like tree damage, or is there logic behind? I'm sure there is logic behind it, but I don't know that context, so I'm asking for anybody who might know.
Ron Murtaugh, Douglas County Assessor's Office. So Zach Bass, our senior appraiser, is the one that worked on this, but the land mitigation or the land value changes comes into play when we get evidence or documentation that says that the land needs to be mitigated, foundations removed, backfill, leveled, and things like that to get the property back to a buildable state. Zach actually contacted many contractors to get a price difference between poured basement versus a block basement versus, any type of different foundations. I can't speak on whether we received any information on this particular parcel that indicates that type of mitigation is necessary, or if it is necessary, what the cost would be.
Got it. So going back to Mr. Keel, did you provide anything along those lines that were just mentioned?
Well, this is an arduous process. I went through a natural disaster, and I've got 20 different people saying, you got to do this today, you got to do this today. And it's the most stress I've been through in my 60 years of living. So in order to try and meet deadlines that you guys have and all this other stuff, I mean, I really appreciate that they reduced my property value, or the house. Like I said, I've got an estimate for $955,000, and the whole thing is only appraised at $800,000. So now my yard is full of glass, my landscape is full of glass and other debris. We got a sand volleyball court that's full of glass. All that sand has to be replaced. My seawall is damaged. I don't have estimates for all that stuff yet because I'm trying to get my house fixed. So trying to provide detailed information of what needs to be done to repair my property is not possible in this situation at this time.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at, yes. And I'm only asking to be treated equal to all my other neighbors. They all got a $25,000 reduction. I can read off from the previous two lists all my neighbors who got a $25,000 reduction if you want me to.
Yeah. Yeah, if somebody could, on the staff side or administrative side, assessor side, anybody who can verify that real quick for us as far as neighbors being reduced by 25,000, that would be helpful.
Dan Esch, Douglas County Clerk. Well, this is probably too generalized for you, but it certainly was there definitely would have been plenty of properties that saw that kind of reduction. Now, what Zach or the assessor's office needed to see to do that, I don't know, but he would, whether or not they're next door neighbors, I'll take his word that there were probably some near him that got the $25,000 reduction because that was a somewhat of a common theme.
Yeah.
Well,
And
there were properties that were not in my neighborhood, but throughout. The predominant reduction to all the properties was $25,000. It ranged from 0, which was mine, up to $37,000. I looked at all these. If you had a $70,000 property value, every single one of those got reduced by $25,000. Every single one of them.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to conclude my turn here, but thank you for sharing all that, Mr. Keel. I know you've been through a lot, and the timing and the rush of the stress and everything that's going on is absolutely understandable. So do not hold anything against you for any of that. You're going through a lot right now. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Yes, I just want to, for the record, let people know we're dealing with a different set of properties here. These are properties that were damaged or destroyed because of some tornado, flood, natural disaster. And that's what happened to your property, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Tornado.
And due to this Form 425 process, property owners can ask for reduction or elimination of value for the period during which it's destroyed. And this particular property value went from, I think, $695,400 for the current 2024 improvement value to the recommended 2024 improvement value of 0. So the $695 tax liability goes to 0. And what we're talking about is the current land value, which was set at $113,700 and stayed at $113,700. And you're saying that the surrounding properties all went down by 25,000?
Correct.
Okay, so there's an anomaly here that we don't know why. Yours did not reflect that. Maybe Mr. Goodwillie from the assessor's office could cast some light on this. I don't know. But that seems to be anomalous from what you're saying, that all the other properties probably had the same result. But I don't see them on here as 425 properties, as yours was, going to zero on their improvement value. I don't know. Is there somebody from the assessors that could address this, clarify it for us a little bit?
On behalf of the assessor's office, we have no concern with reducing it to the 25,000. We understand the circumstances surrounding this event, and so if the commissioners, if it's their wish to lower by 25,000, the assessor's office is in support of that.
Okay. But all of these properties are an attempt by the county to provide property tax relief to these people whose properties were damaged by natural disaster, right?
Yes, sir.
And every property on here got some relief,
Yes, sir.
as far as I can see, yeah? Okay. I'm just trying to clarify, that's different than what we talked about in the initial round of properties. These are natural disaster relief, property tax relief properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will go to Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, I guess I just got a question for you again. I understand your circumstances, but I'm trying to understand, is there something special with the other properties? Because you stated your property, which we saw here. Then you stated the one above you that's somewhere close. And then there's one down at the page, 12015 North, 73rd Circle, and their property and their land stayed the same as well. So you're saying that everybody else got it, but I'm looking at 3 examples where everybody else didn't get it.
This list is totally different than the list I got off the website last Friday. I didn't see these ones, but I can go through all the ones on the previous 2 rounds of this that were my neighbors. Let's see, there's
What do you mean
3
the
on
previous
that
2
page.
rounds? You mean the previous 2 editions of the sheet?
Nope, the previous rounds of the 425 on previous months.
So June and July when the first 2 batches came before.
Okay.
And there are 3 on that page, 4 on that page, 2 on that page, and 3 on this page. All neighbors of mine, all went down $25,000.
Well, can somebody explain why this round everybody's the same? Okay. Thank you.
Saying good. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. We will go to Commissioner Boyle.
So thank you for all this information. I just want to clarify again, County Clerk Dan, as you said that it was common to reduce these properties by $25,000 in the area based on the quick review you just did. And
Well, I did. I guess maybe I should backtrack a little bit, but I just know going through these spreadsheets the last 3 months, it was not unusual to see a land value also, like if not only did the building get reduced, but the land value would have gone down by some amount as well.
Sure.
So, yeah.
well, I think that in conjunction with what the representative from the county assessor's office just said, I would suggest we make an amendment to decrease the land value to $25,000 for equalization for Mr. Keel.
Well, real quick, Commissioner
Yeah.
Boyle, it was a reduction of 25,000.
Sorry, reduction of 25,000.
I like hers better.
Yeah, I would like to amend the current resolution so that we can do that.
Sure, so I will, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was just going to repeat the motion to reduce by 25,000.
By 25,000.
The property at 11829 North 173rd Circle there's a motion on the table, or on the motion to amend the main motion.
Yes.
By such a reduction.
Mr. Chair, can I ask for a point of information for you?
Yes,
For that second?
Mr. Rogers.
So, in the state of fairness, so you're saying, based on the clerk's statement, we're saying that the 2 times before that, but you have 2 other residents that it look like is in that area. I mean, are we gonna just do the gentleman's here, but you got 2 other, I just wanna make sure, because you got 2 other relevant, residents that look like they're very close.
Mhm.
And I'm just wondering, are we considering those 2 in the state of fairness?
Mm.
I think we should.
Yeah, the one above it is your neighbor, you said, Mr. Keel?
And then you have,
Yeah, that's Dr. Hutton. And the other one, let's see.
And then you have Paula Heese, 12015 North 173rd. Now, yeah, she looks like she's close. So.
Yeah, she's just north of me. I don't recognize that name, but I don't know everybody
Yeah, I'm
at
just
the
stating
north end of my
if we're
point.
doing it, I would feel comfortable that, in fairness to everybody around here.
I'm sure they would appreciate you doing that also.
Agree with.
Well, let me go.
Let me just finish it. As I look down the list, there are actually a couple others too. So it may need a look by the assessor's office, I would say. I don't know if there's a way we can do that to, again, make it equitable to all the folks in the neighborhood who were struck like this. I see one, Deborah Cook, 11714 North 175th Circle. I don't know how close that is, but it seems like it's in that tornado path. So I don't know what we can do to rectify that to make sure we have equalization among all the citizens who are affected in that path.
What page is the one you just mentioned, Commissioner Boyle?
That one is down, Cook, Danielle Cook. So it's to page 3, about halfway down.
Deborah Cook.
Deborah Cook, yes, sorry.
All right, and going back to the main motioner for the amendment, which is you, Commissioner Boyle, do you
Yes.
want to include the 4 properties just mentioned then, because they're within proximity of each other?
I would. The question I have is, are there some we're missing just because we're just eyeballing this too quickly today? You know, that's the issue. That's my concern, is that we're missing other citizens who were in the path of the tornado that deserve that $25,000 reduction. So is there a way we can rectify that by approving a motion today so we don't slow down the process? Or do the specific valuations have to be determined on the list today? Or can the assessor's office go through that and correct those items?
Keeping in mind the additional point of information that the justification for land reduction would be that the land itself, suffered some kind of damage that needs to be rectified and has a cost to it. So each case is circumstantial. So there is a bit of an assumption that those properties also had some damage that needs to be rectified, and therefore the reduction is justified.
Okay. Well, my motion, I should just clarify, it would be, or an amendment would be to decrease by 25,000 those properties that are requesting reduction as a result of damage from the tornado, if it can be done that way.
I'm trying to understand your amendment real quick.
Sure. It's just to make sure that the properties on this list probably are, that were clearly in the tornado path, or they're obviously requesting reductions for a reason. So if we could verify that they, if they're asking for it for a reason, that tells me it was likely because of, in that part of town, that was why. But I just don't know how to clean it up so that we're limiting it to that group.
Did you have a quick comment?
Mr. Murtaugh, yeah.
Yes, please. So the reason why we are open to lowering the 25,000 in this particular case is because the homeowner is here and provided additional evidence. So everything that we've done up to now is evidentially based. So it would be no different than if a homeowner came in and talked to us. In addition to the photos, the testimony or the conversations that we have, it's apparent that he provided additional evidence that perhaps we didn't have at the time. And so that's why we are open to the 25,000, because of the extra evidence and information that we gleaned from this meeting.
Thank
Yeah, referring specifically to Mr. Keel, who's here today
Yes, sir.
to provide that
Yes, sir.
additional information, yeah.
Okay, point taken. So that means the amendment should be applying to Mr. Keel alone in my amendment.
Okay. Is there a second to the amendment? Okay, second by Morgan. So now the amendment is the topic at hand at the moment. So with that, let me, yep.
Just for record,
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to just vote, but I just want to state for the record, because it's like a pending question in my head. I guess showing up has its advantages. But I just want to, for the record, do you all know that everybody else that had this thing applied, that the gentleman referenced previously, showed up and made that case? Because the way it sounded in the description is just like everybody got it. So we're saying that everybody showed up and made that case. I'm just asking that for the record, but hey, being present has its benefits. So I can't deny that. I'm not going to get anything in the way, but I'm just like, so you're saying everybody that got that from that subdivision showed up and made this case?
No, sir. What I'm sharing is that the evidence, either what we could glean from aerial photography, on-site visits, or or the submission of items collectively, is what resulted in the final findings. In fact, we accepted the evidence from another homeowner as recent as Monday, which then prompted the changing here.
Okay, no. Which my point stands. Being present has its benefits.
Agreed.
All right, quick question for Miss Lisa Peters on Zoom. Is your hand raised for Mr. Keel's property, or is it for a different property?
No, Commissioner, it's for a different property. I just didn't want to wait too long to
Okay.
notify you guys that I'd like the opportunity at the appropriate time. To
Okay, definitely. We will let you loop back around shortly. Thank you. With that, we do have an amendment that has been seconded to reduce Mr. Keel's property by $25,000, given the extra testimony given here today. So anybody with their light on, it would be towards the amendment. That's the topic at hand. So Commissioner Friend.
Yeah, only to say, I don't want to repeat what's already been said. It is important to note that, to Mr. Murtaugh's point, if something came to light, I don't even know that they'd need to march in front of this Board of Equalization. I think that a note could have been made to the assessor's office that there was damage to my property, because as we all know, there's a significant difference. If somebody, from an insurance standpoint, if there are CAT teams on the ground in certain areas and there are replacement costs on a home, it does not include the property. So the property is being insured in a different fashion. If that home got wiped down to the sticks, God forbid, the replacement cost is they are going to write a check for the replacement cost on that home. We can look at it almost the same way as a county board. Now, Mr. Keel pointed out that a retaining wall or a seawall and all kinds of other items were damaged. An insurance company would treat it in the same manner. They'd come in and the adjuster would go, well, not only did this house get wiped out, but we're going to add another check because we're insuring for this piece, and we're going to make sure that this person is made as close to possible what we would call whole. That being said, it's my understanding that if the assessor's office would have received a bunch of information on the destroyed real property information that they need, they don't have to come in front of the county board, to Commissioner Rogers' point. They have to let the assessor's office know that actually occurred. It's also my understanding that Mr. Keel did that, possibly, and now he's seeking rectification. So I know it's in my district. That's not the point. It wouldn't matter where this person resided. If they show that evidence, I think we deal with the evidence at hand, and I think the assessor's office would do the very same thing. So We throw a blanket and we try to reduce by 25,000 all of these things. I think that arguably could be a little bit irresponsible. If that house got wiped out and there was no damage to the land, and the person moved after they took the replacement check, and that land didn't have to be cleaned up, they could just rebuild, the argument's over. That land is worth X. So I know we're I know we're splitting hairs here, but that communication is important to the assessor's office, just like it is to us. So I would say we throw a blanket over everybody on this list that didn't get a land reduction. I think that's fraught with peril as well, but that's just my opinion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. This is a different category than the one that we had previously. These are people who have suffered storm damage and filed a form for relief. And everybody on this list is getting property tax relief. The point that Mr. Keel raises by coming here in person and showing up is that his particular property was treated differently than property surrounding him to the tune of $25,000. That said, whether or not this passes, Mr. Keel's current improvement value property is going to go from $695,400 to zero for the tax year, representing property tax relief for the storm damage that he suffered. I would tend to agree with the case that he made here, that if everybody else on the block was getting $25,000 in addition to what they got, that perhaps it should have been applied to him, and for reasons that we don't know, it wasn't. My understanding is this resolution deals with that one property and that one $25,000, correct?
The amendment does, yes.
Yes.
The resolution is the full package.
Right, right.
Yeah.
And in light of that we're specifically dealing with a property owner who came and appeared and made a cogent case for his particular relief, I'm inclined to do that. I don't think we can throw a blanket over everything else for people who, A, didn't even protest, and B, didn't show up. But in this particular case, that makes some rational sense. Again, the process is all or nothing when we go on these unless we amend it out as we have in this one particular process. But as long as it's specific to the process, to the property that Mr. Keel described, I think that that has some merit, and I would support that.
Thank you, Commissioner Kavanaugh. We'll go to Commissioner Morgan.
I'm sorry. I don't.
Good? No light? Okay. In that case, on the amendment, we will vote.
Okay, and this is to reduce at 11829 North 173rd Circle, reduce the value from 113,700 to 88,700. And Commissioner, Mr. Chair, if it's okay with you, I'd just like to do a voice vote on these amendments.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Borgeson, Commissioner Boyle, Commissioner Kavanaugh, Commissioner Friend, Commissioner Morgan, Commissioner Rogers, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, so we're back to the main motion as amended. Quick, yep. Thank you for coming today. And I know that Ms. Lisa Peters had a comment on the resolution, so I'm going to go to her quick and then check the board.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good morning to the rest of the Board of Commissioners. My name is Lisa Peters, and I am here on behalf of the property located at 3616 North 216th Plaza. First, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the board today and apologize that I could not be there in person due to a work conflict. I next thank the board, the county clerk's office, and the assessor's office for their work and diligence in reviewing, processing, and making recommendations with respect to the destroyed property forms, including mine. I addressed the board to inquire about the reduction to the land value, which was reduced by $25,000, similar to many other properties on the list. My property, however, is 11 acres, so I am simply inquiring as to why the same dollar amount reduction was applied to an 11-acre property as was applied to much smaller parcels, including many that are a quarter of an acre. There was indeed significant damage to the land, including approximately 60 trees that were either completely uprooted by the tornado itself or were stripped or broken to the point that the entire trunk and the root ball had to be removed, which resulted in many large holes around the property, many divots that required packing and regrading. That work is ongoing and has been ongoing. The loss of trees also changed the water runoff on the property, and in the ensuing weeks that followed under the heavy rains that came after the tornado, 2 large sinkholes formed on the property, one of which threatened the ability to rebuild a portion of the improvements. That require backfilling, packing, and regrading, which is, as many of you may know, can be an incremental process. So the work continues to fix the land itself. And so I simply ask whether $25,000 for an 11-acre property that sustained the amount of damage it did is in fact equal. And I did submit a number of photos with the form. I don't know if those materials are available to you all, but that's the only item I wish to address. And again, I thank you for your work on these, and I thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Peters. Just as a quick point of clarification on your property, did you submit a number or do you have a running number on those costs related to all the damages to the property specifically that you just mentioned?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. No, I did not submit a number just due to the deadline to submit the application. The work was midstream and is still ongoing. So unfortunately, I don't have a number at this time for what the final cost will be. And I think that is still to be determined as they continue to try to regrade and pack and make sure that the ground is restored to the integrity that it needs to for the rebuilding process. The improvements, as noted by the recommended improvement value, the property was destroyed. The improvements were destroyed. There was not a single wall left standing, and I imagine many of you have probably seen the state of the property in the aftermath. So again, thank you for your attention to this.
Thank you, Ms. Peters. I'm gonna check the board real quick, see if there's additional questions. We're back to the main motion. And of course, there's one property that's been highlighted by Ms. Peters at the moment. I will go to Commissioner Cavanaugh.
Thank you. If I see this correctly, it's a property that's current land value is $448,400, and the recommended after the storm damage was $423,400. It's like a $25,000 reduction. Current improvement value was $613,100, and that goes to zero. So overall reduction of about $630,000 in assessed value. The current 2024 total value, $1,061,500, and that goes to $423,400, 60% reduction. So I guess I'm asking, what is the specific request for a reduction here like we had in the previous case? What dollar amount are you asking, Ms. Peters?
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't have a specific dollar amount. As I noted, I'm still waiting for the final bill. The work's been ongoing for 4 weeks now and is not yet completed. I submitted the information I could based on the July 15th filing deadline.
Okay, so this is work on your home or on your land?
It is work on the land, Commissioner. The home was completely destroyed and the debris has been cleared. The foundation remains in place for now, in part to protect the integrity of the land so that it doesn't mudslide and cave before the new foundation can go in. But the existing foundation does need to come out.
Okay. And the land has received, it appears to be about a $25,000 reduction already. Yes? You understand that?
Yes, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner, that is
Okay.
correct. And my question is from an equalization standpoint, an 11-acre property that sustained damage across many acres received the exact same land reduction as properties that are much smaller, some that are a quarter of an acre. And so my question, I guess, is just to understand the process from an equalization standpoint, to say that a property that's a quarter of an acre has warrants a $25,000 reduction to land, but an 11-acre property with proportionately more damage just due to the size difference receives the exact same reduction.
I understand. Appreciate that it's difficult for us sitting here to determine what that number would be. We can't exactly come up with any number, just pulling it out of the air here, beyond what the people who are actually working for the county and responsible for this have already come up with, which is about $25,000. So it's difficult, barring just kind of doing a let's make a deal approach to this whole supposed process, to come up with any kind of a dollar amount based on what we know and what you're saying here today. I just express that because I don't know how we could possibly come up with a number. It would be just picking something out of thin air.
I understand, Commissioner, and to be sure, I'm not here for a deal. I'm just here for equal treatment. We've been through a lot.
Yeah, definitely see your point, Ms. Peters, and acknowledge everything you've been through in recent months. So I appreciate you highlighting your situation here today. I will ask maybe something, and please put my time, so I'll count this as my second round. Just to get to some kind of number, I guess, can I get some help from either the clerk's office or assessor's office on, were there any other larger properties that were multiple acres that received a reduction that maybe was higher than that typical $25,000 amount, as kind of my first question?
No, there is not. The 25,000 comes from the site and the improvement to put the improvement back to whole. We had hundreds of people reply that a tree was knocked down, or a fence. So that 25,000 is to get that improvement footprint back to buildable.
Mm-hmm. And if hypothetically Ms. Peters had provided documentation on not only kind of restoration and improvement to the tree situation, but then grading to the land and issues with water flow and everything, and she was able to provide quotes or receipts for upwards of 100,000, just as a hypothetical, would that have made the number larger in the recommendation here?
More than likely not, depending on how close to the improvement itself the items were. If there was like an outbuilding, a significant outbuilding where we recognize it as two improvements, versus like a metal shed, for instance. But just to put it in context, 25,000, that's where that came from, is for the philosophy behind that was for the improvement, getting the improvement back.
And as a second question, were there any other properties that did receive a higher amount than 25,000?
For land?
For land specifically.
I am not aware of any.
Okay. I was trying to do a quick peek here to see if I saw any on the list that we have.
If you see one that's higher than 25,000, we would want to look at the square footage of the improvement in relationship to the 25,000.
Because I think just as picking one out here randomly, I think the Marion Smith at 1260 South 240th Street had a land value of 131,600, and it's being recommended reduction to 91,200 for about a $40,000 reduction. So, and I don't know if that's one of few but what would be the justification for that person to have a?
So we would have to look at the square footage of the house, and then also whether or not that's including the foundation to be totally removed. And if so, what kind of foundation is it? Is it a block basement? Is it a poured basement? And then any improvements that would be associated with that property as well.
Mm. Got it. Thank you. Let's see. Could somebody? Is it possible to verify the land size? Because that might lead me to a follow-up action item. But for now, I'll conclude my time and see if there's any other board commentary. Commissioner Boyle.
Yep, so just to help clarify, it sounds like the improvement is the term for house, basically, in this situation. And then separate is the land, and most everybody that was involved got a reduction of $25,000 for their land, regardless of what regardless of how much land they have. So I'm just curious if the land, the 11 acres was split out, and there were, for example, if they had an empty lot and built their home on 1 acre, would they get an additional $25,000 for the separate empty lot, which would still be land? Or would it still be included if they owned it? Can anyone from the assessor's office answer that?
Sorry, I don't understand
Sure.
the question.
So if they've got 11 acres, if they happen to have separated out the property so that it was under a different name, for example, would they then be eligible for two $25,000 reductions as a result?
Not if there were no improvements on it.
Not if there are no improvements. Okay, that was my question.
So if you have improvements on it, then yes.
Got it, okay.
Because again, we're focusing on some type of relief for that improvement or house footprint.
Okay, thanks.
Other comments on either the property that's been mentioned or the resolution in general? Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Iskey is here as well, but before we move on, just want to make sure you're aware of that, Commissioner.
Thank you.
But so this goes for Ms. Peters or anybody who gets who's on the agenda today. You have you'll have until September 9th to protest the decision back to the Board of Equalization. Now you may be wondering, well, why would I protest it back to the BOE? Well, that's statutorily how it's set up, but how we handle it is the second time around, one of our third-party referees will review the information, and you can include more, if you have additional information that you weren't able to get to the assessor's office before today's meeting. Ms. Peters talked about some of the work that's being done right now. She may have some more documentation before September 9th. She could submit that additional information, and the third-party referee may say, you know what, I think the damage was closer to 75,000 than 25,000. I know it's another step. These folks are going through a lot. I hate to make them go through another step, but that's the process, and there is another crack at this if they wanted to protest their decision. And September 9th would be the deadline, and they'll get a notification that explains that to them. So,
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And Ms. Peters, I would welcome that protest. Sounds kind of weird, but I would welcome that protest. That also would give you that time to collect some of those receipts, or even if it's just a quote for the work. It doesn't have to be completed work, but just quotes on how much it's going to cost you. That would kind of help.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt. I just want to make, the quotes and estimates are obviously very helpful things. That's why we use them as examples, but they're not required. If come September 9th, if somebody doesn't have something like that, then really whatever information you have that kind of justifies your ask for even further reduced value, go ahead and submit it. But obviously estimates and invoices are very, very helpful things for the referees when they're reviewing this stuff, but it's not required information.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Just mentioning kind of quotes in general, just to add as an attempt to get to a number. If you had various quotes that all added up to 55, 60,000, just as a hypothetical, that would definitely help with the justification to raise that reduction to a higher number. But with that, I do hear that somebody else may be here to comment on Resolution D. I want to make sure we don't miss them. Is there anybody else here on this item?
Commissioner, I
Yes.
apologize. I don't know if I have any time left. but-
Technically, you already spoke, but if you can keep it to 20 seconds, just as a whatever you want to say.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. On the subject of two buildings, there are in fact two buildings on the subject property. There was a 7,000 square foot home and a 2,400 square foot metal pole barn that the assessor's office does identify as two different buildings. So if that's how the land reduction is determined, then I would respectfully submit that this property is in fact different than other properties that only receive 25,000 for the land.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peters. Go ahead, sir.
Alan Seibert, 5537 North 140th Street, Omaha, Nebraska. I apologize for not being here sooner. This is actually about item C. And there were some questions that were asked earlier about.
Mr. Seibert,
yeah.
If it is about item C, we got to keep it to item D.
There were some questions that I could shed some light on, but
I apologize about that.
So my final comment then is that you guys have said you're sympathetic toward the plight of these property owners. By not wanting to hear something off the item, then I'm going to say that my personal opinion is that's only lip service.
Thank you, Mr. Seibert.
You're looking for reasons not to hear what's going on.
So item D, additional comments on item D. If not, we do have a motion on the table that was amended once. Yes, sir.
My understanding is item D is just real destroyed property?
Yes.
Okay, and I also have one for the next round or whatever for just regular protesting of past value.
That
So that
item
could be
unfortunately already
included?
passed. We're doing destroyed properties right now.
Okay. So,
Dave, can you identify yourself real quick?
yeah. David Iskey, address 24617 West Center Road. I was here last week and I got a quick question. Mary Ann had some questions. She wasn't understanding what was going on. Did you get the information you needed? Does everybody else got the same thing before I continue? For what's going on? Okay. Anyways, gotta get my glasses again. Evidence. Got to cover a couple of things you guys just said. Hopefully I don't burn up a bunch of minutes. When you talk about referees and what they're doing, and one gentleman mentioned the last couple of years his notice isn't that great of their recommendations. I went through that before, where I was led to believe.
Sir, I'm so sorry. We're talking about the real destroyed properties right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Got everything together mixed up here.
And he's on page 3 of your attachment, Commissioners, 24617 West Center Road. David Iskey.
So hopefully I'm on the right track with you guys. Yeah, with the tornado damage, I didn't get any estimates as in yet. As with the timing we were given, my general contractor was getting this stuff together. He got held up by other subs to get stuff, so the assessor's office threw in a $300,000 amount of damage, just guessing from that overview flying over the property. We still had interior damage. I'd gotten them guys pictures and stuff, but somewhere down the line it went to 400,000, and I didn't know it till the other day. I guess when I was here at the meeting you guys had last week. So I've kind of lost control on, everybody's controlling what I got going. nobody's getting back to me, nothing's happening, in my world, and the timing. I don't have every day to deal with this paperwork stuff. So, especially with the heat the way it's been. I don't know where you guys are going with the tornado damage and the real destroyed property. What number do you have down that's given a credit, I guess, that I'm understanding?
To your property specifically?
Yes.
Yes, so you have a $400,000 reduction in your value of, not the land, but the property, the home.
The home, okay. And I also lost 2 buildings that they taken way off. Is that even included of more of a loss on that? This is just the home is all that you think you have on that 400,000. I had a shed, was a $12,000 value and what I seen. Then there was, this mobile home was just a storage. It had like $2,000-3,000 on it for a thing, which goes to the other discussion I had with everybody in the past. But does that get added to this? I mean, because it wasn't included in assessing loss of a value? Again, I don't know. I've been to the assessor's
Are
office.
sheds considered with the primary home altogether, I'm assuming, but we'll get clarification on that.
Well, if it's a taxed thing, I would think it would be.
So if it's an improvement that's not taxed.
Ron, sorry, I know you've spoken a couple times, but can you identify yourself?
Sorry, Ron Murtaugh, Douglas County Assessor's Office. If it's not being assessed currently, there is no relief. So that's why I made the reference to like a metal shed. We don't tax a metal shed. There's a lot of things on an individual's properties that we don't tax. And so if it's not currently on the tax roll as an improvement, several improvements, large, whatever the case may be, then there is no relief to something that isn't on the tax roll, if that makes sense.
Got it.
Ron, a quick question. When you talk sheds, are we talking 10 by 12s or 100 by 60s?
If we're not taxing it, then there is no relief. So a lot of people have buildings on their lots and their areas, like your mobile home that's on your property that's used for storage. I highly doubt that we're capturing that and we're taxing that mobile home as personal property.
Okay, but it shows as a valuation. I mean, it's worth something on the, what is it called, the real, your property report, what you call it. Your record file, your property record file. I gotta find the right terms.
Yeah,
Showing in there as a value.
I would need to look at that, but the value is on something that's actually taxed.
Yep, got it. And sir, I unfortunately do have to wrap up your time here soon, but I can confirm that you are recommended for a $400,000 reduction to the value. So
You say I am, repeat that again, I'm sorry.
you are recommended for a $400,000
Okay.
reduction. Yeah.
And does that continue till next year even, if you're not done?
Is that until there's a verified improvement in place and it's reassessed, or how does that work?
Sorry to drag you up here again.
Oh, no worries at all. So every property that's been on any list over the last 3 meetings, Ron Murtaugh, Douglas County Assessor, we have put in a building permit, but we called it a 425 permit. So then our staff will follow up on that just as a house is building. So if it's not fixed, yes. But if the house is back, reconstructed, living in, and then we close out that building permit as though a house was built from the ground up and then sold to a new owner. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And if you have any additional questions, I'm sure the assessor's office would be happy to
Just
answer
wanted
them.
to note, I talked to Ron, he'd given me information in the past, not like everybody hasn't, but he filled in for Zach Bass, who wasn't there one day. So he was considerate enough to take care of me that day.
Yeah.
Didn't want to degrade everybody.
Thank you, sir. And so sorry for everything you've been through. So thank you for being here. We're going to go back to the main motion here on D for real destroyed properties. And if there's no other comments, we'll vote.
Okay, Commissioners, this is with the 2 amendments. I will start the voting now. Thank you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Did you have, okay. Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah. So for anyone who's on this list today, their deadline to protest the decision back to the Douglas County Board of Equalization will be September 9th. And they'll receive a notification that outlines that for them. And they'd be able to provide information that wasn't previously available to Douglas County. That's totally okay to do. And then a third-party referee will review the information and then make a recommendation to the Board of Equalization. And we would notify anyone who goes through that process, we notify them ahead of time of, hey, this is going to be on, whatever, the Board of Equalization's agenda on this day. Feel free to show up if you disagree with the recommendation. And of course, people can, like Ms. Peters, join via Zoom if they're not able to make it down here. And we may need.
Yep.
Just as a point of information, I have this as item D with 1 amendment.
Yep.
2 amendments. One I submitted. So.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got it. All right, we'll vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Items E through H are more of our standard equalization resolutions, if we want to take those in block. I'll take a motion in a second. Motion by Rogers. Second by Morgan to approve E through H and adjourn. Was anybody here to speak on E through H by chance? If not, we'll vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, we're now going to jump into Board of Commissioners. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Borgeson, Commissioner Boyle, Commissioner Kavanaugh, Commissioner Friend, Commissioner Morgan, Commissioner Rogers, Mr. Chair.
Here. All right, I'm going to switch one of our items just real quick here. We're going to jump to Section 3A, recognitions and proclamations, because we've had some friends from corrections that have been waiting patiently for a recognition. So I'm going to jump there real quick to item 3A, which is recognition of the following county employee: retired Walter Barbie, who worked for the Douglas County Department of Corrections for 28 years. We do have Ms. Redmond here to say a few words, potentially others as well, and a resolution that will move to approve shortly.
Oh, Barbie, come join me at the podium. Yeah, he's trying to be shy. Deputy Director Amber Redmond. Mike Myers was unable to join us today. Unfortunately, he's out of town, but I've jotted down a few thoughts because there are many and I want to stay focused. But I've worked with Sergeant Barbie for many years. He's made many contributions to the department. In the early days of my own career, he was often a resource for me in booking and in his role as the administrative sergeant. Most notably, under Mike Myers and I, Barbie has played a critical role in resolving our significant staffing shortages. One of the steps we took when trying to address that problem was quickly forming a hiring committee. And Barbie took on many of those duties as assigned. Combing through many new hire applications, conducting interview after interview after interview, and assisting with managing the training load with back-to-back academy classes. And that's just one example of many of the work that he's done behind the scenes to help correct issues for the department. He is one of my most passionate employees. Don't be fooled by his stature. He is just a big teddy bear. I don't want to take up too much time. I know he has a few things that he wants to say, and he can be long-winded, so you may need to cut him off. But I do want to present him with this plaque on behalf of the department. It reads, Sergeant Walter Barbie, employed from May 14th, 1996 to August 7th, 2024. Tomorrow's his last day. In appreciation for his 28 years and 3 months of dedicated service, the Douglas County Department of Corrections would like to congratulate Walter J. Barbie on his retirement. We wish you a happy retirement with sincere appreciation for your dedication, loyalty, and distinguished service. Congratulations and best wishes. Best wishes.
Wow, it's cool. Well, it's been said once. It'll probably be said 1,000 times more, and if I have an opportunity to say it, I did do this. That way it was fairly short. And I only say this because of my passion of what I've done for the Department of Corrections for the length of time that I've done it. I'll make this as short as I can, but if anybody knows me, I'm sure they'd argue that I'm notoriously long-winded. With that, I've got hopefully some family at home that weren't able to make it because they made a lot of sacrifices for me. And what I wanted to do was take just a few minutes of your time for several people, whether it's the president of the lodge or the individuals that have to remain working at the jail, to give you a snapshot of what 28 years and 3 months did for me. Looking back, it's a very short amount of time. I mean, if I turn my head and say 28 years ago and 3 months I started, it seems truly like yesterday. But when I reflect and think about those things, I missed a lot of things in my life. Not everybody understands the kind of work that we do. When we go to work, we don't have to worry necessarily about our safety all the time, but what we do have to worry about is, can I get home to my family at the end of my shift, or am I going to have to stay for 16 hours? The sacrifices that my family made, what I'm hoping is for the remainder of my retirement, I can sacrifice my lifestyle for what they sacrificed for the 28 years that I gave to Douglas County. And I was proud to do it, very proud to do it. But I truly wish that everybody left that hopefully makes it to retirement and can enjoy. I'm almost at a loss for words. I take my hat off to them because it's an ever-changing environment. And I wanted to bring that to light for a couple of important things. It won't really affect me. I mean, tomorrow's my last day. But there's going to be several negotiations through the future. And I wanted to hopefully be able to open your eyes a little bit as to, you know, some of the things that we've dealt with and some of the things that we continue to deal with, like emergencies that happen 5 minutes before we need to leave, and then we can't leave for 6 or 7 more hours, maybe 8 hours. Those are things that I want people to be recognized for, as well as be appreciative of what I'm being recognized for here today. So thank you very much for the opportunity to stand here in front of you, and I'm shaking so much I can't even put that back in that pocket. So let's try over here. So thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant Barbie. We do have a resolution that we'd like to put into the record here and also hand to you here shortly. I'm going to read it briefly from the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. Whereas Douglas County, Nebraska recognizes that its employees are the county's most important asset and resource for providing quality services to the citizens of Douglas County. And whereas the county wishes to recognize Sergeant Walter Barbie of the Douglas County Department of Corrections on his retirement and dedicated service of 28 years to Douglas County, Nebraska. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Board of County Commissioners, Douglas County, Nebraska, that the county recognizes Sergeant Walter Barbie for his dedicated service to the citizens of Douglas County and thankfully presents this resolution as testimony thereof, dated the 6th day of August, 2024. So do I have a motion and a second? Motion by Bergson, second by Kavanaugh, and we're going to vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thanks again, appreciate you. And we're gonna,
Do you guys have time for a picture?
oh yeah, take a quick picture.
Do you want to be in that? Oh, no, his wife is going to be in that. So I'm taking one down to our social media for him. Yeah, can you wait? Let's wait for everybody to get there. Just making sure your paper was right side up. I'll take a couple just in case, because you never know who's bleeding. Okay, and then right here. Couple more. Thank you.
Let me get one. Thank you.
I know.
Yes, Commissioner Borgeson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Walter, before you leave, I just wanted to thank you. We kind of grew up in county together, and you know, you were never one to go seek you know, your names in headlights for the things that you've done, but your work and your compassion and your passion for serving those that come to our correction facility did not go unnoticed. And I'm going to miss you, going to miss that smile and that teddy bear demeanor of you, but good luck. And keep in touch with us, because I'd love to hear your adventures. All right. All right. Thanks.
Thanks again, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna take us back towards the beginning of the agenda here on section 1, minutes and claims. We have 2 items of business. A being the approval of minutes of the Board of Commissioners being held Tuesday, July 30th, 2024, and B being the approval of claims submitted for payment process through Tuesday, August 6th, 2024. Do I have a motion and a second?
Second.
Motion by Rogers, second by Morgan. Please vote. He's not getting up, so, yeah.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next, we have our consent agenda, items A through J. Do I have a motion and a second for discussion? Motion by Rogers.
Second.
Second by Morgan. Any discussion items on consent agenda? Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Yes, on item F, and I see that Mark LaFleur is here. Mark, if you could come down for a second.
Good morning. Mark LaFleur, Douglas County Youth Center.
Thank you. So, Mark, this is an agreement between Douglas County Youth Center and the Omaha Public Schools for Title I funding designated for services to aid students who are classified as homeless, neglected, or delinquent. Could you tell us a little bit about what these services are for these children?
Well, Douglas County Youth Center is a Title I school, which means that we get resources from the state for directly providing educational services for our students.
Just real quickly, what's the average population today?
Today, we actually have 83 young people in our facility, 75 males and 8 females.
And we had this massive windstorm last week that knocked out power all over the county. Was the youth center affected by that?
Yes, we were. We were fortunate that we were able to get things back up within 20 to 24 hours, but yes, we did have some opportunity where the power was out.
Is there emergency generators that kick in there to help when power outages?
There are some, but a lot of it needs to be reset manually. And our safety security individual came back that night and reset, so we were able to get some power back up.
Okay. That may be something that we want to revisit, because I know that a lot of people were without power, and with the heat, without power and without air conditioning, it's really a struggle. And, you know, to have 80 or 90 children locked in an air-conditioned facility, that's a tough thing, even for 24 hours.
Yeah, it would be a benefit if that was a direction we chose to go.
Good. Well,
with
we'll
the
talk
county.
about that.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other items on consent agenda? If not, we'll vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Next, we'll move to item 4 in our agenda, presentation. We have one presentation on a legislative update on the legislative special session that is going on currently. Our staff, Marcus, will give us a quick overview of some bills that were brought to our attention to be highlighted that we could potentially consider to oppose or support, though we can also choose to monitor or table for later, depending on what the board wants to do. We know that all these bills and the topic is ever evolving with this special session, so we'll get the high-level overview, and then we'll see what the will of the board is.
Marcus San Martin, Douglas County Administration. So yeah, Commissioner, exactly like you said, the legislative session is moving very, very, very fast right now. The special session, I should say. Super high level background on these bills. You know, we flagged 3 of the bills to support, and let's see, 3 to support and 4 to oppose. And I'm happy to give some background on them. I'm pretty sure that all the commissioners have probably seen majority of them in the news. The ones for support, it's LB 28. That would exclude public safety from as far as a restriction in budget based calculations. LB 53 is the jail reimbursement. It's been conditionally supported by our partner NACO. Hopefully that we could also wrap in language that would say American Jail Standards Board, which is the one which is what Douglas County follows, versus the other counties in the state. LR1CA, that's the amendment to reimburse, constitutional amendment to reimburse political subdivisions for certain state mandates that we perform. Then I have my 4 recommendations for oppose. You've seen LB1. LB1 is the governor's tax and budget bill. It is ever evolving, like the chair has stated. And so we're actually waiting maybe for an amendment to come out. There was a press conference yesterday about on this same topic. So what we have right now, though, before us is LB1 as written. LB2 is an appropriations kind of a rider item that goes with LB1. LB16 is EPIC. You may also have seen this one in the news. This would eliminate all property tax and other forms of tax and just go to a consumption tax, statewide consumption tax only. LR5CA, also kind of the rider legislation to the EPIC bill, which is LB16, so a related item. Hopefully that's a super, super quick, high level. Okay.
Thank you, Marcus. Appreciate it. Commissioner Kavanaugh.
And thanks for this update.
Sure, Commissioner.
You indicated on LB1 and LB2, those are basically Governor Pillen's bills, yes?
You are correct, yes.
Yeah.
They were filed, on behalf of the governor by Senator Linehan.
Right, and they'd be bad for Douglas County. We oppose those. The other bills, I know they do on the one-liner, but they're not included on our report here, so just so the public will know who the sponsors are. LB 16, the EPIC bill to make sales tax the only tax statewide. Who's the sponsor of that?
Senator Erdman, sir.
Okay. And that would be bad for the citizens of Douglas County as well. LR 5CA, who's the sponsor of that constitutional amendment?
That's the writer bill to it, so it's also Senator Erdman as well.
Okay. A huge tax shift off of everybody paying property and income tax onto everybody will pay a very stepped up sales tax on everything pretty much. The ones that we support, LR 1CA, the constitutional amendment to require the legislature to reimburse political subdivisions for things that we do mandated by the state. Who's the sponsor of that?
It's Senator Blood.
Okay. And that would be very good for Douglas County because we do a lot of uncompensated work for the state of Nebraska, and the taxpayers of Douglas County are the ones that are stuck with that bill. LB 28, change calculation of the base limitations of political subdivisions budgets. Who's the sponsor of that bill?
That's Senator Bostar. And then the remaining bill, LB 53, that I have on the list, it's Senator Wayne.
Okay. And LB 28 would help us with portions of our budget that are really key, public safety, health, and other key services that we provide from limits imposed by the state that would impact on our local citizens. LB 53, provide powers and duties for the jail standards boards for reimbursement of counties for jails expenses. This is something the state used to do, and I could recall this running into the millions of dollars in the not too distant past because of things that we do for the state in terms of, for instance, holding state prisoners in our correction center at our expense. Basically, this would allow for the state to pay for those services that we provide them. Is that right?
Yes. Yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
Thanks very much. Do we know when this is going to wrap up? The special session?
You know what, Commissioner? I believe that the calendar is slated for August 16 is to be the last day. I will double check that.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Commissioner Borgson and then Commissioner Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask on that LB 28 that we actually move to be a conditional support, because I think we have to be very specific in requesting that this bill include youth and adult detention, 911, county attorney, public defender, and mental health. And so again, I don't know if you want to take it separate or if everybody would agree that it be a conditional support with those additions that need to be placed in the bill.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we're taking motions at any point on any action.
So yeah, I would make that as,
Mhm.
yeah, so a friendly amendment or an amendment to the motion. I would,
Okay.
however you want to do it.
Yeah, I think technically I never got a main motion to either take the recommendations as stated for all the bills. So
Move to approve all the recommendations. And with the, well, you want me to wait a second?
you can include it if you want.
To save you from a vote, can I let me state like this: approval of the recommendations with unanimous consent to accept the recommended change to LB 28.
To make it conditional?
Yes.
Support. Okay. So that is the main motion. Is there a second for the main motion? Second. Second by Borgson. So now there's discussion on the motion. Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think this is probably going to surprise anybody. I could speak to just about everything that Commissioner Kavanaugh started off with. Certainly not correcting him, but I could speak to it that LB1, LB2, LB16, LR5CA, LR1CA, LB28, LB53. There's dozens of amendments attached to almost every one of these. I was going to make a motion. It doesn't matter what order we go in. There is no way I'm going to vote to oppose or support any of these right now. And let me tell you why. It's a practical answer. Hundreds of initiatives out there in a special session. I had said last week, I believe, and I said the week before, that in my humble opinion, with all due respect, I think the governor and the legislature made a huge mistake going down there for a special session that's supposed to end on August 16th. You need a 90-day session to recodify the property tax code. And you also don't just need to deal with the property tax code, you need to deal with the entire tax code in the state of Nebraska. So that being said, hundreds of initiatives, very little language to sink our teeth into that deals with the overall impact to mandated services across the board that the county has to provide, let alone that the state has to provide. This legislature entered this special session to recodify a tax system simply does not stand alone. There are sales tax initiatives here that they've laid out in this special session, but it's currently unclear whether or not these initiatives would be fully vetted. In order to fully vet something in the legislature, you've got to go through an elongated committee process, and then you got to go into a 90 or 60-day session, and you have to have full debate. Or before that, you go in and you do an analysis. You do an interim study to try to figure out exactly how you want to change these things. What we're doing right now is throwing stuff up against a wall, the legislature is, throwing stuff up against the wall and saying, I wonder what the taxpayer is going to bite on. Big mistake. We made a statement approximately a week ago, and we put a resolution out there previously that I believe should allow that. I believe now that we should allow that statement to stand until the legislature makes some movement, and we can see what fiscal statements or language looks like. I've seen green copy stuff, and I've seen high-level language, and I saw a press conference yesterday where they said that we're going to give exclusions to law enforcement, criminal justice issues, and public safety overall. What about the other 20% of mandated services that the state says that the county has to provide? Where are those? Are those going to show up in language somewhere? Look, I got 45 seconds, but here's the thing. If we can do two things. We can say, you guys ought to do this and follow all of this green copy down this rat hole, because that's where we're going. If I was in the legislature right now, I would laugh if somebody threw one of these in front of me and said, hey, you better vote on it right now. Well, there's 60 amendments we're waiting on, including IPP motions and bracket motions on every one of them. These are all going to take at least 8 hours. They made a mistake going down there and doing this, and now we're trying to say, yeah, you know what? We're in opposition to all these, and we're in support of all these. And guess what? When we get done, they're going to have a statement from the commissioners that says, we're in opposition to all these, and we're in support of all these. What happens if they change them? Do you know what some senators do? I'll tell you later. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I mean, to Commissioner Friend's point, the main thing I say about that is that, we got to do it because we're in a box. We can't wait. There's been several times, and even with the original motion that was passed last week, where if you go the route that you're saying, wait till all the amendments are happening, we don't meet regular enough to be able to adjust to the amendment. So you need to have base support there to kind of know where it is, and if things change and you get a chance to adjust your support on something new, I think we make that adjustment then. But to be silent would leave way for it to be implied that we did not have any opposition to it. So we would have to be on record in some form so that they know where we stand. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Cavanaugh.
Thanks. Marcos, we passed resolutions opposing, supporting some of these, right?
Commissioner, we passed a resolution before the session began. That was kind of it gave direction as far as what the boards. It was a resolution that was unified with the other larger counties.
Right.
So it was the urban county resolution.
They weren't bill specific because the bills hadn't.
That's right, because they hadn't been filed yet. So
But
so
they
I will
cover
say
the same topics.
they're consistent with LB1, for example, as opposition. Yeah. But no, not individually have we passed on each bill specifically.
And we did that in conjunction with Sarpy County and Lancaster County, I believe, right?
Yes,
Are
that's
they
correct.
doing a similar follow-up bag of resolutions like this? Do you know?
Not aware, Commissioner.
You don't know?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay.
No.
Commissioner Friend makes some very insightful observations. It sounds like he might have even been a senator at some point, because exactly what he's saying is going on now there. This is a mix and match thing, and we're trying to, shoot this moving target in the middle of this process. It's going to change. It has changed, and the end product, who knows what, if anything, it will be. I think in general, we're opposed to LB1, LB2, LB16, LRC 5CA, and in general, we support LR1CA and LB28 and LB53. I think we all would have, if we looked at what they are today, little nuances as has been expressed relative to mental health. I have one to expand it to relative to health. We provide health services, mental health services, non-mental health services. They're all central to our mission, and they should all be treated the same. We shouldn't treat mentally ill people differently than we treat physically ill people. And the same with public safety. Public safety extends far beyond our first responders into the court system. And so how far do we go into that? The bulk of the dockets of most courts are criminal justice matters, and we support lots of their services through the county budget. State courts supported through the county budget. So, these are things that I don't know that we can fine tune too much and have it make sense. I think in general, if we have a sense of the board on record, that might be as good as it gets right now. Otherwise, I'm generally in support of this resolution as it goes, but if we're gonna start tweaking it, that's a rabbit hole that we'll be going down for some time, because I bet everybody here has their own little project that they would like to get in there. I certainly do when it comes to health issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Morgan?
When we passed that other resolution supporting what the governor was doing some months ago, I was the only no vote on that. I was not in favor of opposing. Because I didn't know what was going to be in the bill. And I stated that when I did it. And as I recall, I think my friend, Commissioner Friend, you abstained that day, if I'm remembering correctly. And I feel the same way today. I'm not sure what we're going to end up with, just as you said and Commissioner Friend said. That's my concern. I don't think it's going to mean much what we do here today in what their discussions take place over the next weeks. So I'm not sure. Did you make a motion, Commissioner Friend?
No, there's a motion by Commissioner Borgeson and a second by Commissioner Rogers to approve of the whole package.
Okay. That's all.
Thank you. I'll take a super quick round just to, I'm sure everybody's updated, but as a matter of context, we are have been told by governors and a few legislators working closely with the governor that their package that they're coalescing around should be released anywhere from tonight, tomorrow, or Thursday. Probably Wednesday is the likely day that they're going to release the official kind of revised package that they're going to coalesce around. And I believe they're building amendments into LB9, which will serve as the vehicle moving forward, at least per the press conference and what they've been saying as of yesterday. So we do not have the copy or the text of that revised package in the vehicle of LB9 that they'll be moving with, but it's expected to be released probably tomorrow. So just for context on where all that is at. I'm going to get back to those waiting here and go to Commissioner Borgeson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important to take a position. I know for a fact senators are asking where we stand on all this and what our opinion is of the different mechanisms here that we have before us. And I agree with Commissioner Friend. This was a bad idea to go into a special session at the second year of the biennium to try and, quote, fix this. I just told the senator yesterday that now that they have all of this stuff and ideas, it would behoove them to take a long pause, not 2-day pause, a long pause, to review everything that's been put before them. And if it takes until the beginning of the next legislative session, so be it, but it will be done correctly and with input that they can appreciate and understand. And they do appreciate the input. So, and again, it's not like any other, this is a special session, but our process is to take positions. If things change, we bring it back, or we talk through our lobbyist. So again, I think it's really important, especially being the largest county in the state of Nebraska, for us to let them know our feelings about where they are with this legislative items. And again, we all know full well that it probably won't be the end product. But again, I think there are things that we definitely within these bills support or don't support or want to see changed or added. So again, to just start there, I think that behooves us, and we are in line, from what I can tell, with how NACO has voted on many of these and followed them. And, you know, again, I can just tell you that the conversations have been very good and very open and very productive, I think, as to wanting to know where and what we understand or how it will impact our counties. And that's not a bad thing, because again, they're making laws and they need our input to know how that's going to affect the local taxpayers, which in turn are their taxpayers too. So I think it again behooves us to take a position, again, knowing full well that we will probably have something similar or totally different than what we're taking a position on today. But our voices are wanted down there, and I think they're needed down there because of our being the largest county.
Thank you, Commissioner Borgeson, and we'll jump to Commissioner Friend.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know that I fundamentally disagree with anything that's been said here, and I'm not trying to be overly diplomatic. What I'm saying is that we made a statement last week that essentially asked the legislature and the governor to show decent and clean analysis of the landscape as it relates to the county's responsibilities, the 93 counties that have statutory requirements related to the state's directive. So I'm not sure I disagree with anything that's been said here, Okay, we can make a statement. All I'm saying is, I don't have a crystal ball, and I certainly don't have a Harry Potter magic wand. I don't know, I would not make, we're being asked to make a statement about philosophical pieces. We're being asked to make a statement about philosophical pieces that we can't, it's impossible for us to know based on the landscape, based on the committee statements that I'm looking at, and based on the scroll and all of the amendments attached to, hundreds of amendments attached to these bills, about what the statutory language is going to look like, and possibly what those amendments are going to look like if they were absolutely attached. So here's my point. A committee hearing occurs. Everybody comes in. The county board, for example, makes a statement. It shows up on a committee statement. And it says, oh, Douglas County is against this bill, or they're for this bill. This thing gets out to the floor. I would never make a determination based on a committee statement, but people do. So if forget about the committee statement for a minute. Let's say this bill is, let's say LB1, for example, is out on general file. And let's say they attach 4 amendments to it. The last thing certain senators heard was Douglas County was against this particular bill in its green copy form. But 4 more amendments were attached, and then what are we going to do? 2 weeks later, we're going to go, oh, wait a minute, time out. What they just did, we like that now. No, I'm not. I personally am not going to play that game. I think what we need to do is take a deep breath, figure out next week. It's only the 9th or 13th. Figure out next week actually what these guys are, what type of sausage they've actually ground up, what type of stuff they've actually put out on the floor. General file, select file, whatever. You know how quickly you can stop something on select file? All you do is throw a bunch of bracket motions on it and attach a bunch of amendments, and next thing you know, you're at 8 hours. And these guys are freaking out because they can't get 33 votes to do anything. Look, we're overanalyzing it a little bit. I understand the point that we need to make a statement. A statement on what? A statement on what? I like the fact that the governor is going in there and saying, you know what? We have to enhance the property tax code. If you put me in the legislature right now, no changes, no amendments, and you ask me to vote on LB1, I'd say yes. I would say yes. And then guess what? All you guys get mad at me. Something's got to be done. The question is, are they doing it the right way, A, and are we doing it the right way as an approach? I'm not going to, I am not, I would read, if I'm on a committee, I read every bill. If I was chair of a committee, I would read every bill. I've read 2 of these. And I'm not going to make a decision on things that I haven't read and I can't comprehend yet. So all I'm saying is, I don't think it's going to be the end of the world if we take a deep breath. We have made a statement. We said we want you to be smart about this, and we want you to understand what our statutory authority is based on what you gave us, and then we can come back and drop the bomb on them later. This is superfluous. I don't, these things are, there's 120 amendments out there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh, this is a 3rd round, 2-minute round.
Thanks. I think this might be a little premature based on the timeline, and we have positions on record that, you know, for now, probably serve the same purposes as these. I don't know that our representative lobbyist in Lincoln has requested this, so I guess I kind of agree with Commissioner Friend that we might want to hold our fire here for a week, or try to see with some more clarity where these things are going. I mean, I have no problem with saying I oppose LB1, LB2, LB16, LR5CA, and I support LR1CA and LB28 and LB53. I think the majority of this board feels the same way. We're on record in our generic amendment saying kind of the same thing. And by laying it over maybe 1 week, we wouldn't jeopardize anything, and we might have some more clarity. So my inclination now would be to maybe lay it over for a week and come back to it next Tuesday.
Commissioner Kavanaugh, is that an amendment?
Well, we have a motion.
I think you can,
So we have to
well, it's not to say that it's technically an amendment, but you could move to table, I'm asking, is that what you're
Yeah,
moving to
that's
do?
what I would do.
Okay. To next week is what you're motioning. Okay. Is there a second to Commissioner Kavanaugh's motion?
Second.
The second by Friend, to table the current main motion to next week. That is technically debatable, so I have to allow debate. Larry, go ahead.
Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, 68132. You speak awful fast. I was standing up to make sure you didn't close it. Methinks you protest too much. I like to tell my grandson that when he demands something, I say, poor baby, can't have it. You can't have everything you want. You know, you have to remember the state down there represents all of the people of Nebraska, not just you. All of the people. You guys are supposed to represent, oh my gosh, all of us people here. But you don't. You've taken away citizen comments. You restrict us to 2 or 3 minutes. Yes, you can extend the remarks if you choose to, or you can call me back up out of my seat if you choose to, but you don't. Some people you do. You're not equal treating your citizens. Your citizens aren't very interested in it because they're not here. If we're a democracy, then the people in this room can vote, maybe vote you out today if we're a democracy. We don't care about the other people. I'm going to present something, Dan, that you and I talked about on emails. And I think I'll represent it for today's testimony rather than last week. But I want to first comment about last week.
Larry, I'm going to need you to comment on the special session.
Well, I get to reply, thank you.
On the topic, which is the special
I
session.
need to answer today, Mr. Friend there. But last week, he chose to address me. So I choose to
Special
address
session, Larry, I'm sorry, that's the topic at hand.
In terms of representation,
We'll have to
sir,
keep things
I
germane
don't see my
to the
red light
topic.
yet. Will you stop interrupting me?
We have to follow the topic we're on.
You made a comment that you talk to
Thank you, Larry.
everybody all the time.
Thank you, Larry.
You're supposed to talk to the citizens
All right.
here, not just those that take the time to go to your
Thank you,
office.
Larry.
Not just those that take the time to call you.
Thanks,
You're
Larry.
supposed to have the citizens here, listen
Can
to
we mute
all
the
of them.
mic, please?
Don't you get it? Say once again, restrict the citizens. Thank you very much. You realize that America's gone?
All right, so the topic at hand is the motion to table on the special session resolution. Mr. Seibert.
Alan Seibert, 5537 North 140th Street. My intent when I appear before this committee is that a commission is to try to come up with something fair for the taxing authorities and property owners, and not try to be biased one way or another. I've appeared before testified at the Revenue Committee a few times, and recently in the special session, and I feel like I've finally got a couple of legislative aides' attention about the problems with the evaluation process. And I found out that they don't think all the problems will be addressed, and there's some effort to draft something that'll probably come up in the next legislation. They want to get legislature's regular session. They want to try to get something passed during the special session just so they can get out of the special session. What I'm afraid of, or the impression I'm getting, is it's like they're working with a deck of cards, and there's some good ones and some bad ones. They take the good ones, and they're building a house of cards. Working together, what they're talking about might work, but they pull one of those cards out, and it'll collapse. And by collapse, I mean they'll lose the votes to get something passed. And I've been told that they will contact me when the time comes, because they said some of the things that I've brought up have been good ideas. And I have made several different suggestions, and my intent was not to pick any one of them, because there's been, I think I've sent you guys, at one time I sent you a 6-page document of everything. My intent is that to try to put something in your head about the problems, and that you need to be aware there's different things that can be done, should be done, and it can't be any one thing. I'll be down there testifying again at some of these other bills, but thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Seibert. Let me go to Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'm going to say we should not table this. Trying to wait for them to massage this, you don't need to wait for them to massage it. I mean, right now, people are on the record for it. We didn't testify. NACO testified. Douglas County didn't testify last week. So the people on the record against LB1 are the Omaha Chamber, the Farm Bureau, the Nebraska Chamber, every entity on earth you would think that, and they are against one. So they didn't know what it was. They knew what it was then, and they're still waiting for it, and they'll make their adjustments. The fact is, right now, as one is, you don't need to wait for the massage. It takes away local control, which is the principle that I thought was a conservative motto. Local control. And local control is, if you don't like what's there, then they make the choice locally on what they want. Now, to the gentleman's statement that just came there, he mentioned building a house of cards on the bill. I mean, the whole thing is playing a shell game. So if we're saying that it's something that you think that if we're saying we think it's something that they should do in a 90-day session, then you should vote no just for the fact that they're trying to do it in a 4-week session. They took 90 days to give us truth in taxation. They took another 60 days to modify truth in taxation, and all that was a cost shift of having us print some cards and have people come down here and scream at us about the process. And so I'm saying, we hold off and don't be on record for it, it will be used against us. I guarantee you. This has happened with Woodman. This has happened with some other tax bill recently. There's nothing good about this thing. The statement we made last week was say, we want to help in property tax relief, but we disagree on the number one thing that's in here is the zero cap stuff. There's no way that zero cap wise that we can exist. None. That is the essence of local control. I mean, if that's the case, they might as well wipe every local jurisdiction off, and every decision that needs to be made, just put it in front of the people. And then you have a vote every week. You have an election every week by people that say that. That's not the form of government we got. They keep tweaking it. The best way that other places do this is they buy down the lid. And so I'm just saying, if we hold off doing this, yeah, there's a chance you may get a chance to make a point at that, but I guarantee you if we don't do this, it's going to be used on the floor that, we didn't take a stand on it. And I think we've been burned by that several times. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Friend.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The property tax initiative, the high-level property tax initiative and recodification proposes, for lack of a better way to describe it, in this way, shape, and form, is proposing they cut spending, they lower or cut the potential for spending from 0 to CPI plus. They're also doing a certain amount, to Commissioner Rogers' point, trying to say, you know what, the state ought to take a bigger responsibility than TIOSA, the formula, actually allows right now to deal with public school funding. We don't have to get into an ideological debate about, you know, well, we could, but local control compared to state control. But until the state makes a determination that they're actually going to reduce the amount of schools in certain areas of the state made a determination a long time ago that the TIOSA formula was going to dictate that a lot of state money is going to be coming back, not just to Douglas County, but to Lancaster County, Sarpy County, and everywhere else. That's what TIOSA is. Nobody can figure it out. Nobody can understand how it works, but it's state funding. We've already lost that local control. So let's go ahead and have that debate. I'd like to change it, but we're not going to do that here. What happens, and here's my final point, here's why the cart's a little bit before the horse. I think we can keep that hay in the barn, right? Enough of the horse talk. We can Dan's over there laughing. We can hold off for a week. Here's why. What happens if an amendment, I think Senator Morgan, or Commissioner Morgan addressed it. Senator McDonald put an amendment out there on one of these bills, I don't remember which one, that actually caps the increase in assessments. Well, we've been talking about that for 2 years, well, a year and a half at least. We've talked about it this morning. We talked about it today. I would argue that to a certain degree, this legislature at this very point is stepping on mice and there's elephants running over their head. If you do not address assessments statewide, all 93 counties, you're spinning your wheels. Because guess what? They're going to be back there in a 90-day session going, you know what? We didn't deal with everything. We forced the county into spending less money, but guess what? We didn't control assessment growth. They're not doing any of that. There is an amendment out there that does it. Will they attach it? And by the way, if they do attach it, am I going to change my vote? What am I going to do? Go down into that lobby at the legislature and start saying, hey, guess what, you guys? About a week ago, we made this determination, but I saw that you loaded this amendment on there. Now I feel good about it. I think that's reactionary. I think it's I think it's cart before the horse. I think now we can just say, we have a statement. We want you to be careful. We're watching. And next week, if we see something that's, you know, somebody throws a proverbial bomb in the middle of the floor, we'll address it. Right now, I can't make heads or tails of any of this stuff. And like I said, in its current context, if somebody forced me out of a revenue committee or somewhere else onto the floor of the legislature and they said, you have got to make a decision about LB1, I'm not voting no. So it'd be unfair if I just said, well, I'm going to go ahead and abstain. We'll just see what happens because you guys are sticking your necks out. That's not fair. Well, I'm going to make my constituents feel better because I voted for property tax relief and you guys didn't, because that's the way it's going to be framed. I know how they do these things. I know we're all for property tax relief, but I don't want that soundbite to come out and say, guess what, we're not for property tax relief. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Borgeson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to piggyback on what Commissioner Rogers was saying, I was going to say way too many times I have either received in the rotunda a comment or a phone call regarding where or why we have not taken a position. And then they stayed on the floor. And it was in Woodman. It was when we did judges. It was work comp that they said it detrimentally affected us, but we didn't take a position, so they thought we were okay with it. That's how it works. And so, yes, we have many times over the course of my tenure brought back bills that were amended, and sometimes they got worse, and sometimes they got better. But to let the senators know where at this particular time do we stand on these, I think it's utterly important for us, again, to take those positions and show the leadership to the legislature that we are paying attention and what potential detrimental effects it could be on county and county services. So I think it's very, very important that we take a position and continue to monitor and potentially alter our position or change our position as time goes on. But they definitely will use us being silent, and I don't care if it's for a week or if it's for a month. They're going to take it and say, well, Douglas County must be okay. We didn't hear from them. And I'm tired of hearing that from the legislature. So I think, again, it's very important at this point that we take a position. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick round on my end. We were able to throw in some proactive strategizing around this whole special session with the resolution that we passed a week or two ago, which did specifically state that we were against 0% hard caps and advocated for exemptions for not just criminal justice, law enforcement, and public safety, but also we put in there the mental health and public health in general as well was in the resolution. And of course, that remains on the record and being shared with senators. On top of that, we did have, I know that Douglas County Attorney Klein and Defender Riley did testify against LB1 last week and shared the board's sentiment from the resolution as well. So there has been some strategy there. I personally am waiting to see what LB9 as the vehicle is going to have, materially speaking, and at which point we can strategize very quickly around what we feel in regards to certain pieces, or all the pieces really, of LB9. I'm not assuming that we're going to be against the whole package. I think there's been some steps in the right direction. I don't think we're fully there yet as far as what the county would want to see, because I think it still does include some 0% hard caps, which would be obviously very difficult for our community mental health department, our health center, our public health department, et cetera. But there were additions to departments that are exempted from that without stipulations of having to be understaffed or anything like that. It was a full exemption. So there's been some steps in the right direction, which obviously involves some of that strategizing and talking to our stakeholders, our state senators, the governor's office, et cetera, alongside our lobbyists, who obviously is also working on our behalf as well. So just wanted to provide those items as reminders in context as we proceed. Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this will be my last piece because, yeah, I don't want to get into a philosophical piece, but I just want to make a couple of points because, you know, we're not walking out on a plank. As the chair said, people already made their point, and when the Chamber, the Farm Bureau, and everybody's saying we're not the only ones walking out on a plank. And the fact is, you know, I understand the process of how it goes, but that's like giving the Schoolhouse Rock version or the I'm Just a Bill version. That's the ideal way of how it happens, but we got to deal with what's in front of us. And I think what's in front of us is the fact that it is lost local control because the school board, what's going on with them is, you know, we're on the county board and they're taking local control from us in that regards to how you determine what that financial need is. And I do think it's making us vulnerable if we're not out there on a position for it. I don't think there's anything that hurts us with taking a position. There's been times in the past where we've taken a position, and as the bills change and evolve, we've made clear to the lobbyists to confer, okay, if these changes are there, it's there. That's the way it happens and the way it's done in the past. So I just want to say we shouldn't leave ourselves vulnerable without a position. And if and organizations have taken positions, if individuals feel they can't do it and they're there, then I think, you know, you vote no on your conscience on it. But I think as an institution, you have to have a position on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, we're on the motion to table. Mr. Cyber, I think you already had a round, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm going to comment about something that Commissioner Friend said.
If you already had one round, unfortunately, I can't. But if we happen to go back to the main motion, then you can. But right now, we're on the motion to table, which you did comment on already. I know, it's procedural stuff. So let's see how the motion to table goes and go from there. On tabling to next week, that's what you're voting on.
Motion passes. Commissioners Kavanaugh, Friend, Morgan, and Garcia voting yes. All other commissioners voting no.
Okay, with that motion, that does wrap up presentation A, which takes us into committees, discussion and action. Under A, finance, we have budget report as presented. Under C, I just want to mention briefly, Child and Youth Services, there is a forum Saturday, August 10th, this Saturday, between 9:30 and 11:30 a.m. at the Concord Mediation Center, 2910 South 84th Street, on youth services, our youth services plan as a county, and services to our youth in juvenile justice in general. So we welcome everybody from the public to attend that forum this Saturday. Under committees, we also have Human Resources, Weekly Personnel from Civil Service as presented. And lastly, we do have a need for executive session for the purpose of contract negotiations, labor negotiations, legal advice, and personnel. Do we have a motion and a second to go into executive session? Motion by Morgan, second by Rogers. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
We will now go into executive session for the purpose of contract negotiation, labor negotiations, legal advice, and personnel.
Recording stopped.
convene and adjourn.
All righty. Okay. Thank you. All righty. Thank you. Yes. By Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Garcia. Motion passes 7-0. We're adjourned at 1:02 p.m.